Hello.
Yep.
Yo, we did it. We're here. We made it for
Oh,
podcast.
welcome to episode
83. Just kidding.
32.
I don't remember.
I'm kidding.
It's been so long.
44.
40
Unless the
44.
last one isn't posted, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Alright, so it's 44.
Yeah. How you been?
We talked a little bit before this. I'm kind of tired.
Yes.
But other than that, been pretty okay.
That's good.
Just go into it, I guess.
Yeah. Basically, come on, man. We have a formula here.
Yeah, I don't like to just jump into shit.
Just jump into it.
Make sure you're good with unless you had something you wanted to say or whatever, Like
Nope.
I don't know.
No. Got
So
nothing.
I'm gonna jump into what I've been watching then. I went back and rewatched the entire Breaking Bad series. This is how long we've been gone, by the way. I went and watched the Breaking Bad movie again. I have started up Brooklyn Nine-Nine again because I just got Peacock. And everything from Hulu that was, is it NBC? ABC? Whatever Peacock is. I think it's NBC.
Yes.
Everything that's owned by them is now going to Peacock, which is The Office, stuff like that. So I'm now getting to rewatch these things again, which is nice because I really, 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 really like Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I think it's a great show. I maybe 4 days ago just refinished the entirety of Stranger Things. Yeah, I told you, man.
Damn, we've been gone for that long.
That's what I'm saying. Like it feels, maybe it isn't that long, but it feels like it's been that long. I also really burned through that, by the way. So part of the reason I finished that so quickly was a lot of Eleven's story I really just know by heart by now, and like I actually just want to like watch like everything that happens that's not her story. So I kind of just skipped over that really, really fast.
Okay.
And then anytime it was like the the group having like issues or doing something or whatever, I kind of focus more on that stuff.
Yeah.
And I wish I wrote it down. There was something that happened in there that I noticed that I didn't like really pay attention to. Oh, I think we had talked before and you had said I think season 2 you felt wasn't strong.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what had happened. I believe it's the Mind Flayer. No. Season 1, season 2.
I don't remember. The season where 11 goes on 11 adventures and it kind of resolved in nothing.
Yeah. So, probably wrong. I'm probably wrong. But I feel like they could bring that girl back for the 5th season. The sister she meets,
Yeah,
the person
probably.
that got experimented on. And it would be a good like reason to have her there.
Yeah, because like it felt like a lot of setup for like, hey, like she wasn't the only child that was experimented on, so they could do something. But I'm surprised hearing from you that like in the later seasons they just don't do that.
Have you watched past season 2?
No. I completely
okay.
lost interest like afterwards.
Gotcha. I didn't mean to like ruin anything if I did.
No, I don't care.
But
I don't care about 11. I don't care about Mike. I don't care about the Demogorgon.
I fucking love this show, man. I'm always gonna love it forever. I don't have to tell you. Yeah. Anyways, there's like actually a lot of like stuff in there, like going back and watching it again. That like, you kind of get to see like what they were kind of going for when they had 11 go out there and everything to like learn like, oh, my powers actually don't need to be used for like shitty stuff like killing people or this that, even though she still kills people.
She learned nothing.
She learned. She does learn. Like there's things to be learned there. And honestly, like if anything, like it kind of is like maybe her whole thing is to like help people, and then that maybe in turn had helped that sister or like other person that had been experimented on to learn like, oh, maybe I should be better, you know.
Maybe she could have called Drake and asked for personal advice.
Oh, Drake doesn't need a TV show. You're stupid.
No, because like I'm pretty sure that was around the age where she was like texting Drake.
No, really?
I think so.
I thought that was like
Because she was admitting to that of like when she was like 16 or 17, around that age. I don't know how old she was in like season 2, and Drake being a 50-year-old man.
Is he 50?
No, I have no idea how old Drake is.
That would have. I mean, it's still insane either way, but like it's I don't know, whatever. Everyone's weird in Hollywood. I hate everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Stranger Things is good. And then the other thing I've been watching recently is it's a podcast, but they have a YouTube videos that they put up. Kill Tony, which is really good.
Oh yeah, Tony Hinchcliffe and a bunch of other comedians that he has on, but it's like live.
Yeah, do you know who the fuck Tony Hinchcliffe is?
Yeah.
For how a long time have you known him? Like
I don't really watch his stand up, but like I got into the realm of comedy because of like Your Mom's House.
Okay.
And Your Mom's House obviously has like a bunch of like smaller like other podcasts. So they had a podcast called The Honeydew for a good bit with Ryan Sickler.
Yeah.
And Ryan Sickler had Tony Hinchcliffe on, and basically did you ever watch The Honeydew? I'm going to assume no.
I said no.
Oh, I didn't hear you. So the Honeydew was basically a podcast where Brian Sickler would talk to these people and like kind of talk to them about their past trauma, but like make it more light and comedic, in the sense that like, you know, a lot of the people that were coming to the podcast were a lot of comedians, so they kind of made light of their background and stuff like that. So Tony Hinchcliffe's whole thing was like pretty interesting and like really fucked. But I would recommend that episode of The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler. Okay. It's pretty good. But because of me getting into like that whole comedy stuff, it's just like I would see clips of Kill Tony like pop up, and the biggest one that I've seen thus far is about that dude. What is his name? Cam, that's his name.
The guy who likes rocks.
Yeah, the guy who likes rocks. And that dude's pretty funny.
Dude, he's so good.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I just started like paying attention, like I think right around the time he showed up. Which is really recent. And I've gone back and like watched a lot of their stuff.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that like you look at it and you go, why didn't anybody do this shit before? And I'm sure there's like a very like minimum version of somebody doing this before, but holy shit, it's such a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of dropped off like comedy podcasts. Like I'm not really up to date with Your Mom's House. I was really into Bad Friends for a good bit, which is Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee's podcast for a good bit. But I haven't kept up with that. And yeah, it's just podcasts. It's come and go. I am right now in the middle of a podcast. Besides this one, but like I'll get to that in my week, but yeah. But they're good. Yeah, Kill Tony is a really good idea.
Yeah, I also just love his like, I guess it's swagger, like who he is and how he presents himself. Just because like people will bomb and then he'll just like he'll fucking tell that guy to like, you know, you're a piece of shit and you're bad at this and whatever. Like if the guy keeps like talking over him, and he's just like, dude, you never know like when to shut the fuck up but like, or the same thing with like somebody on stage was doing their like minute, and somebody in the crowd like was heckling the dude, and Tony was just like, okay, can you fucking not do that? Because these guys have a minute up here to do their thing, and you're gonna take away the fucking time from them. And the dude is already doing bad on stage, but he's like, he still deserves his full time. Like, he's just like, he's genuine. He's like, he's not like,
because like,
to be a dick. He's just literally like, here's the rules. Don't be an asshole. You know?
Yeah, because like because that's the thing. The world of comedy is brutal. It is fucking brutal out there.
For sure.
So it's like these guys understand because like a lot of them go through their history of like getting into comedy, and a lot of them when they were first starting off, like it fucking sucked because a lot of them either got time taken away from them or they just bombed, and it's just like it. So I understand it from his perspective, being like, I've been in that position. This is my show, and this is how I'm gonna run things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it because like listen to a bunch of those stories of like people trying out comedy for the first time and like bombing and like feeling like they've like essentially wasted their life. It's like it's a shitty feeling. It's like a really, really shitty feeling. But yeah, I recommend watching that Honeydew episode because Tony Hinchcliffe's life is very interesting. Like his background is like really interesting.
I'll definitely watch it. I really like him a lot, so
yeah.
It'd be nice to like have more insight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, because I was thinking about another podcast from your mom's house called Two Bears, One Cave with Bert Kreisler and and Tom Segura. Bert Kreisler. And that's the thing is that like that show is pretty funny sometimes, but like there's a lot of people who do complain about Bert a lot, and it's just like I kind of get it, you know. He is a little much, but you know, to each his own, because he will have his fans regardless.
I love Tom Segura. I hate Bert Kreischer, whatever his fucking last name is.
Kreischer. Did you not watch The Machine, the best movie of all time?
No, I enjoyed him, Bert, when he did his first special, and then he's one of those comics where everything feels the same afterwards.
Yeah, a lot of people have.
I don't care anymore. And then this is gonna sound really fucking dumb, probably, but Tom Segura was funny, and I really enjoyed him until he got skinny.
That's hilarious because they literally talked about that. Like I saw a clip from that of like, Bert was like, that was the funniest thing Bert has said in a while. It's just like, I miss Fat Tom.
It's weird, man, because like I was watching one of his new things, and he's like doing these deliveries, and like I don't know, he just sounds different and kind of acts different. It's for sure probably like wealth and hygiene, basically. Like he just is better at being alive now.
Yeah, because that's also the other thing is that like a lot of people, what I've seen, God, I can't believe we're going off at, like reviewing Tom Segura comedians, but like I've been seeing that like a lot of people have been kind of falling off with Your Mom's House because of the tonal dissonance with Tom and Christina. It's just like sometimes it feels like they are mocking their audience in a way, but it's like you have to understand that they're comedians, so it's like they have to make jokes regardless whether or not they land or not. But then I do get it from some people's perspective. It's just like I've been listening to this podcast for however how long, and then all of a sudden they say something that they like say bad about of the thing that I like, and it's just like, all right, now they're making fun of me, somebody that's been in support of them. Yeah, Bert Kreisler. Bert Kreisler.
One thing, Chrysler.
Is the funniest shit because like when people kept mispronouncing Bert's name. Oh man, that was so fucking funny. It was like I think it was like a WWE promo because Bert was on like a show with I think Dusty Rhodes or what is not Dusty Rhodes, his son, Dusty Rhodes' son. I forget his name. It's alright. It's alright. But either way, he was on a show with a wrestler that was almost like Ninja Warrior or like America's Got Talent, something like that. Yeah, it was like something like America's Got Talent. It's like some of those talent show kind of things. But like the promo for like the WWE thing was that like I think one of the announcers was just like, and Brett Kirschner. It's just like, it's so fucking funny that like Tom like brought it up in the podcast and he kept using it as like a voice clip. Brett Kirschner. It was almost as funny as Mark Wahlberg. Do you remember that?
No.
Did you ever see it? It's Larry David trying to say Mark Wahlberg, and Tom Segura. It was during the Tom Segura like interview with Larry David or Larry King. Excuse me. Larry King.
Holy fucking.
Larry King. That's who I'm talking about. But yeah, Tom was talking about that interview, and he's like, I was trying to stop myself from laughing because it's just like, when you see that clip, it is. I am so surprised he was able to like not like just fucking laugh from that. Yeah, comedy's hard.
But what you were saying about Tom Segura and his wife, doing that whole thing about like maybe, I don't know if it would be like talking down about their
mocking
the people that their followers and stuff. They had this instance where they were talking about people were feeling bad about like that they had money or something, and they were like, well, it's not our fault we have money and you're poor. Like, we're still going to talk about like things that we're happy about. Like, we just bought a Bentley and like we're happy we got one. And it's true though. Like,
yeah,
why are they supposed to be
apologetic? Apologetic
or hiding
but
their
that's also,
happiness.
But that's also the other thing is that like if you follow them for as long as some people have, and like or even going back to their old podcast, it's like they've talked about their original lifestyle, and they're like, it fucking sucked.
Yes.
Like, they were on the verge of being homeless. So it's like, to have that much success, you can't blame them.
Yeah.
I don't want to be apologetic for the rich, but it's just like, if somebody worked their way to that point, and Tom Segura is funny. Don't get me wrong, Tom Segura is funny.
Yeah.
It's like, he worked hard for that. So it's like, why should he be apologetic for the thing that he worked hard for? Fuck, man, if I were fucking rich, I would buy a new house or reinvent my whole house. And just like, live in it. But then people coming by and being like, "Oh, this fucking big ass house, rich motherfucker in there," and it's just like, yeah.
And if I got rich, I put bars on my windows for sure.
Yeah, bars would be good. But still, it's just like you have to kind of get it from that perspective. It's not like he comes off from, because that's also the separation that I have, is just like comparing it to like Elon Musk, where that is like inheritance from family worth, and it's just like that's completely different. That guy is basically nepotism incarnate. Is nepotism incarnate, and it's just like he didn't have to work for anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I think when it comes to things like that, like
sorry, we're rich and you're poor.
And it's true though. Like,
yeah,
it's just true. Like,
but you miss Fat Tom. I know.
They can't. I do miss Fat Tom. But for sure, like things like that. Like if you're driving to work and you're like, "Oh, I can't believe this guy would talk like this," maybe turn it off while you're going to work.
Yeah, so that's also the other thing, is that like it's a podcast. You have the ability to turn it on or off. Like if it's not something you're vibing with, just turn it off.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
It's interesting that people like will take the time to put these comments out there and be like, now change, and it's like, I mean, that's not how it works.
That's not how the internet works.
That's not how life works. That's not how anything works.
So it's goofy. It's like shit like that is super, super goofy when people have the time just to complain about certain things like that. Like I don't get me wrong, I complain about shit, but it's just like some people take it to the extreme.
Yeah.
Like the farthest I've gone to the extremity of was talking about Bayonetta 3. And then I felt like a dumbass afterwards because it's just like, Oh, the bitch lied. The bitch lied. So, yeah.
There's been a lot of comments I've wanted to put out there, like these people that just like fucking
like their whole personality is just to shit on things.
Yeah.
There's a Twitter account that I've like seen time to time, and the dude just like has really nothing nice to say about certain things. There's even one thing that like it was ridiculous, and like to anybody who has seen his comments or stuff like that is just like the voice actor for Luke in Street Fighter 6. So the whole thing with Luke is his character is a mercenary. He's like a private military guy. And basically the voice actor was just like, yeah, like, let's have fun and this and that. And this is the thing. It's hard to have context of what the person was writing down because reading things out can mean two different things. Either the person was joking or the person was serious. But depending on the person, sometimes they can really mean what they're saying. So the guy came in with a comment saying like, oh, it's like, I'm gonna enjoy Street Fighter 6, but I'm not gonna play as your character. I don't like private military people because that's exploiting. Like, it was just like this weird, like, asinine thing to write down, and people were like, "What, dude? What are you talking about? That's a fictional character. Like, what are you, what are you saying?" But but then that's also the thing. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but like, there's sometimes where people have to be like, "Hey, like." We've heard your opinion. Kind of cool it, bro.
What's the girl with her feet exposed name? Street Fighter.
Juri.
Girl? Juri.
Her feet exposed.
It's like him being like, I won't play Juri because all them foot fetish people out there. I don't like that kind of shit.
I think that shit's stupid, but.
What, foot fetish or not playing because of a certain thing?
Just not playing because of a certain thing. But even that was really, really bad when Juri was like coming out. People were like, oh man, foot, give me the foot. And me, a non-foot fetish person was just like, I want to play the character because she seems cool. And then
I love it so much.
And then, I'm like, I want to try this character out. And then the fucking foot people come out and be like, so you like feet? And I'm like... I just want to try the character.
Dude, so there's a new League of Legends character that came out.
Oh god.
She has no shoes on, so she's barefoot. I'm sorry, she has like sandals on, but her toesies are sticking out. And like it basically looks like they're bare feet. I think in the picture, in like her splash art, they're bare feet, but in the game she has shoes on.
Okay.
So Riot knew what they were doing because quite literally, if you look at this picture, it's shining light to like the center draw of the picture is the feet.
Yeah,
you can tell like that's where they're drawing you to look.
Street Fighter 6 is like that with Juri. It's pretty bad.
Yeah,
like even like this is the thing. Even if you want to get away from that, you can't because Capcom fully acknowledged the fact that this is our feet character. This is for the foot weirdos. And it's just like, I just want to play the character.
Capcom's Japan, right?
Yeah, Capcom's Japan.
That's exactly. They don't give a fuck, bro.
Yeah. And they sometimes get into it, too, because it's just like, oh, Juri looks so dynamic with her pose. And it's just like Juri's foot in your face.
Yeah. With her pose, it's just fucking...
Or with
mouth?
Or with Cammy, where it's just like, we know Cammy has a fat ass. And it's just like, every moment, it's Cammy's fat ass. And don't get me wrong, it's a fat ass, but it's just like every moment it's Cammy's fat ass.
Trust me, I've seen enough anime websites. Wink.
Yeah, Capcom fully understands their audience of being horny weirdos.
So the feet thing came out. My friend has no idea what League is, but he talks to me about what fighter. He talks to me about Street Fighter. He's so excited about Mortal Kombat's coming out. My friend really loves all those games and stuff. So he was hanging out with me, and I was like, he was like, what's going on? And I was like, you should probably, you know what? I was like, let's talk about League real quick. So I just showed him like what's going on with the foot girl, and and he pulled up a video where this guy's like talking about her, and like he specifically cut the feet out of the picture to talk about her, and then like it's not the focus on the feet, but the focus on the character itself. And then like it's this whole drawn out thing to get to the end where there's like 3 minutes left, and he's like, and everybody on the internet you would think is like loving this character for how she is. No, and then he pulls out the feet, and he's like, it's because of the feet. And then my friend is just fucking crying, bro, and he's just like, dude, are people? And he starts looking at the comments, and it's just gross troll bullshit where people are just like, put it in my mouth, all this stuff and everything, and it's just, dude, I love the internet so much for moments like this.
Yeah,
it just fucking fuels my laughter so hard.
That's also the funny thing. It's just like, what was it? Like, it makes me laugh, but it also makes me feel like, damn, there are a lot of people who really like feet.
No, there's really people out there that are like fiending for this shit.
Yes.
But like when there's like a lot of these like comedy YouTubers, because there's so many YouTubers that'll just like joke about it. And like I don't know, it's just funny. It's fun to like have these people like making fun of this shit.
Yeah,
because they know, like you had said, like
the Twitter,
the people know what they're doing, so they
yeah, they go along with it. But the Twitter stuff was really funny because it's just like there, and I think in Street Fighter 6 there's this whole thing where you can like make a club of like just other players with you. So there was a club name called like Juri's Feet, and it's just like it was so stupid. Yeah, the Street Fighter has it bad with the feet and the fat asses.
That's true.
Yeah.
To be fair, anything anime related is fat asses most places.
Yeah, and it's gotten even crazier because of the fact of like how Street Fighter 6 looks. Like, even though it is like realistic. Oh, give me 1 second. Sorry, my mom just called me to ask if I want coffee.
Yeah, you're all good, man.
All right. So time. Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, like what I was mentioning is just like, because of how the RE engine looks and they use like realistic looking models, like don't get me, like Street Fighter 6 still looks weirdly cartoonish, but the models still look really like kind of realistic. So it's like it's gotten to like this weird area of just like it feels too real. Like the feet feel too real and the fat asses feel too real. But yeah, it's just like it's gotten to like a weird section of anime but real.
Yeah. Something, so we didn't add this to the list to talk about for news, so I'm just gonna talk about it real quick because it's a very like minor thing. What's it called? Blizzard Activision put out the new ages for Overwatch 2 characters.
Yes, I saw this. So fucking dumb. But go ahead.
The only thing I looked for was, did they change what's her name's age, Diva? Because there's so much porn of her. And I was like, did they do this because of porn? And I looked at it, and she's aged up to 21 now. Unless I'm pretty sure she was like 17 back then.
Yes, in Overwatch 1 she was like 17.
Yeah. So I saw that and I was like, oh, like I was talking to some friends and I was like, it just seems like they did it because like there's just so much.
Yeah, the Overwatch porn was insane back in the day.
And it seemed like they're looking like, I don't know. I guess they don't make money off of it, but like maybe they're like trying to make it better for but I just don't understand why they would officially come out and do that stuff. Cause like there's wikis dedicated to this stuff where like anytime a game comes out, they're just like, oh, here's like the new information and stuff.
So
but like them doing it for like a blast to show everybody, it's weird.
It's weird, but you saw the turnaround on that, right?
No. That
people were like, the ages don't make sense lore wise for a lot of characters.
No, I didn't hear this.
So what is one of the characters? Her name is Kiriko, I think. For Overwatch 2, the girl with the fox stuff.
Oh, yeah, she's a new one, I think.
Yeah, so it basically, the lore explained that Kiriko grew up with Genji and, what the fuck is the other one's name? Genji and... Hanzo, there we go.
The brother,
yeah. That she grew up with them. But Hanzo and Genji are, like, almost near 40, while Kiriko is, like, 21, and people were like, that doesn't make sense because that would mean she was like 6 while they were like 17. So like it like shit was just not adding up. And then like some characters were like, oh yeah, this character had a child at like 14 because of according to her age from Blizzard. Like it just doesn't make sense. Like so the ages just don't. They're not like there was no thought put ahead. So yeah, that's like the thing that I heard about the ages thing was just like people were like speculating and being like, what the fuck is happening? Like, did anyone ever keep up with the actual lore shit? And that's why I completely got the fuck out of Overwatch, because I was like, I do not give a fuck. And it's also the funny thing of Overwatch because of the fact that like whenever something bad happens, this has always been like the thing with Activision Blizzard is like whenever something bad happens PR wise, Activision Blizzard just comes out with a thing being like, we got an Overwatch thing. Did you know McCree is gay? It's like he's so progressive.
They just keep piling shit on McCree.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way,
his name's not McCree
anymore. Yeah. It's like fuck. It's something else. Yeah. But still, everybody's gonna call
Johnny
him McCree.
Law.
Yeah. It's something else. Like Johnny something. Or
if they fucking changed his name to Johnny Law, I would fucking
no. What is his name again? Something like. Something. Hold on. Whoa, name change. Cole Cassidy. That's his name.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's not terrible, but it's not.
I mean, Cassidy is an homage to Butch Cassidy.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, it kind of makes sense because of the whole thing with the allegations and shit like that. Because the actual Jesse McCree is a piece of shit. So.
No, and I know. It's my being sensitive, but like
I like his name better.
I like the name McCree better. I just do.
Fucking asshole.
I know. I also don't give a fuck about Overwatch, by the way.
Yeah, I don't.
Clear. That game sucks.
Yeah, that game sucks too. Yeah.
Holy shit!
But like, did you know they were gay?
But did you know everybody wears a rainbow-colored T-shirt for the next week?
Taiwan, part of China, but everyone gay, and it's like. The fuck is happening? That was literally the shit that happened. Do you not remember that? Was that when they had to get rid of a player because he said that like it was
he was advocating for something.
I think it was Taiwan. Healthcare. Yeah. Was it Taiwan or Taipei? I don't remember.
I don't think it was Taiwan. I think that whole thing was like back when China had the police shit going on in their own country.
Yeah, something like that. Like he was advocating for something, but like literally, I think within a week they came out with like a new character for Overwatch, and they were like, "Look at this character! Don't look at that shit! Look at this character!" Remember when we didn't do that?
In America,
good.
He's gay. In China,
he is very
president's daughter.
He's very heterosexual.
Yeah, he gets all the puss.
It's so weird, man. China is such an interesting country in the sense of like all the censorship shit.
I mean, I don't know about censorship. I don't know about Iraq.
They can't. They can't Google Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
for sure. I get it. I mean, when you're the most powerful man in a country, you can tell people that you'll kill them if they make fun of you.
Yeah. Don't call me Winnie the Pooh.
You can disappear if you.
Oh, bother! Do not call me Winnie the Pooh. That shit is just nuts.
See, I know it's not the. You see, what the fuck is it? The Chinese stars and then the red background come in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, because I was gonna say sickle and hammer, but that's fucking.
That's Russia. Well, I mean, China was a communist country,
right? But again, they had the Chinese stars and whatever.
Yes, they do.
So, whatever. Cool.
Yeah, the Overwatch shit was stupid. Anyways, continuing on.
I think I said this last time, but I played One Strike in Destiny, and again, if it was last time, I haven't played since. I haven't touched my PS5. There's things in the news that are gonna explain more of that, but like, PlayStation is just kind of like dead to me at this point.
Wow, son.
I've been playing League pretty much exclusively. Just really hate the community. Wish they were better at being human, but that's not gonna ever happen.
Feet.
And the only other thing I've been playing, I just literally started it before this, is Danganronpa finally. And I already love it.
Danganronpa's great, even though it's anime as fuck. Anime, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're welcome, bitch. You better play them,
dude. I've been talking to you about this for so long, and like, I really do. I liked watching. I think I'll actually play most of them.
I just played 3 on stream. The other 2 I
played 3.
Yeah, I only played 3 on stream.
Okay. Yeah, those were really fun to watch. You played a lot of like very heavy story-driven games.
I love them.
Had a lot of fun, like just paying attention to versus like actually having to do it myself.
And
I think I'll enjoy this. I think it'll be fun.
That's good. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, man. Like I completely forgot because I was thinking about like what to play next for stream stuff, and Ono just like sent a message being like, "Oh, why don't you play what is it? What the fuck is the name? Master Detective Archives?" And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? And I look over, I literally have the collector's box for this thing. It's hold on. No, I can't break it down. There's like another box on top of it, but it's just like I have the thing right next to me. I'm like, oh shit, this came out this year, and it's the fucking like artist for Danganronpa, and I think also the writer for it. But it's like it's like this weird anime game where you play as a detective, and it's like from the trailers it looked like some like an action game, kind of, but like you cut through the words like Danganronpa. Like it's so weird looking, but I'm like, oh yeah, I have this game. I never booted it up. It's still like sealed. Like, oh yeah, I should probably give that a shot.
Sounds like it'll probably be fun.
Yeah, but there's that, and then like the what is it? The I Somnium File sequel, because I really like that first game. I really want to check out the sequel, and I think the sequel came out, was it this year or last year? I don't remember, but like it came out recently, and I'm just like, yeah, I forgot that this came out, and the writing is so fucking good. Like it's just there's a lot of good visual novels, yeah, or just like story heavy games, which. Oh man, there's too many video games. Too many video games.
What did I there was a Steam game I played before. I haven't played Steam in a long time since I reinstalled it currently. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the game. I don't know. I bought like $1 hentai game, and I was like, let's see what Steam.
Let's see if I can play one-handed.
And I can. That's fine. All I can remember is being disappointed. Which, to be fair, $1 for anything is probably going to be bad.
Yeah.
But I remember joking around with you and what is his name? Dino Dad. About Mirror a lot. Isn't Mirror the game?
Yeah, it is, but yeah. I'm just shaking my head because it's just like, holy shit, that game.
No, yeah. I mean, they're all terrible.
Game.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of Steam games I need to go through. Like, my catalog is like huge in there that I've like for sure. There's like at least 80 games I've never played. That I bought.
Yeah.
So
you know what that means? Time to upgrade your hardware. Get that 4090.
That's kind of the next thing. I was looking at like NZXT stuff and like because this computer, I've talked about it before. It's old, it's dying, this and that. The graphics card like a while ago almost died, and then I like opened it, saw how much dust was inside of it, and was like, oh, that's why it's like
died.
It literally had so much dust that like it was like the fan wouldn't spin. So I just had to clean everything out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking into upgrading at some point in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, you can always, like I said, you do it piece by piece, you know. Just do it piece by piece.
At this point, nah. I gotta I already know what I want to do.
Okay, you're gonna go full.
I agree though. Like what you're saying is like what I'm gonna have to start doing from like year to year at this point.
Yeah, because
once I get the big new thing, then I gotta upgrade.
I went full crazy because once Cyber Monday hit, I was just like getting all the shit that I know that I want.
Yeah.
And I did, and then I got lucky with the graphics card. The graphics card was the thing I got super lucky with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's the one thing I want to make sure I get a good one of. I for sure want like a RTX.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard now because like, don't get me wrong, AMD cards are still pretty good, and like from what I've been seeing is that the newer ones are actually kind of okay-ish. But I mean, Nvidia just has such a foothold in a lot of shit, so it's just like it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, for sure. I do know though that like, I know a lot of people go Intel for their processor, but I'm almost positive I want AMD.
I have an AMD processor.
AMD makes Ryzen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I was reading a little bit about the difference between those two. I do not understand every single fucking word that they say about it.
But the cores and shit, the threads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But from like what I had seen from like actual people testing it, like people at their house and videos and stuff.
Yeah.
It looked like if you want to stream and play a game and open tabs and watch movies and this and that, and multiple things at a time, right?
Yeah.
They were like, the Ryzen is really good at doing that at a way cheaper price. And I was like, that's exactly what I want.
Yeah.
So,
The only thing for me is that I do plan on getting another kit of RAM because I do need it for my editing stuff because my computer is my editing and my streaming and my gaming rig all in one. So
yeah.
Yeah.
What's your RAM at right now?
My RAM is at 32.
And you think you need more?
Yeah, for the editing stuff, because I've edited like 2 hours plus videos at like 1080p.
What's the like
The wait time?
Yeah.
Trying to think. For like a 2-hour video, like maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Fuck. And that's like basically just not doing anything else, letting it do that.
You're just letting it do because the thing is that I have Sony Vegas as my editing program. And what I've been trying to see is that like if I can put that whole shit to the GPU so the GPU can process that. Apparently Sony Vegas did have an option to let your GPU do some kind of rendering with it, but for some reason they stopped doing it. So the version of Vegas that I have is the version that stopped doing it. And it's all reliant on processing power. But what I've been seeing is that like apparently RAM also is a factor into that. So a lot of people would recommend to get more RAM in order for you to like let it process a little bit more.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, I would have to see if it does take me like 2 hours, but trust me, on my old rig, because I only had like 16 gigs, it was a lot longer. It was like 8 hours for like a 2-hour video.
Yeah, I'd really love. I need to start working on this new computer shit, man. Because like thinking about what you're saying, and then like thinking about like literally opening League or like a small game on my computer and how long it takes to do that shit, I'm just like,
yeah.
I know how much happier I'll be when I like have everything like running smoother.
Yeah, once you get like an SSD or NVMe and just like let that shit go.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. Like it when I got to Cyber Monday and like I planned this out like beforehand, like a couple months back, where I was just like, all right, I want to get this processor, I want to get this graphics card, I want to get this kit of RAM, this motherboard, because this motherboard is specifically really cool because it's more in the use of like storing memory, because it has like 3 NVMe slots, and I'm like, it's fucking good. And then I need to get this AIO as my cooler, and just like, and then I need to get this power supply because it's modular. So it's like this whole thing of like planning it out, and like once the time came, got it.
Yeah,
got it. The only thing that I had to wait for a good bit was the AIO. Funny enough. Oh, give me 1 second. Hi, Wesley.
Hola.
Hey. How you doing?
All right.
I was making fun of you and your coffee and your cats.
Well, I mean, I have it all in recording, so.
Oh no!
Oh
Good thing I
no!
didn't talk about how huge my dick is.
Oh man.
Hey.
Dude, fucking. So my mom showed me the thing that she mentioned before. I don't know what's going on, but I feel bad because like my cat, she has like a nail like in her one of her paw pads, like one of her claws, but it looks like, I guess it was during a time where her nails were just like kind of overgrown, and it looks like it kind of like curved and like stayed in there. So yeah, it doesn't look great. Luckily they have an appointment this Friday, so the doctor will probably check it out and hopefully get it the fuck out. So if good thing I'm working. So if they have to charge me more, then fuck it, get that thing out, because it's on both, like her pinky, where her pinkies are.
Yeah.
It's like on both sides, so it's just like, what the fuck? When did that happen? But you know, I had to remind my mom. I was like, yeah, because like we had my cousin come over and clip their claws, because my mom doesn't feel comfortable clipping their claws because my mom thinks that she's gonna mess up. So there was a point where my cousin was gone for like a month. So at that point was probably when their nails were getting overgrown, and that's probably what happened. But funny enough, my cousin came like 2 weeks ago and she cut their nails, and my mom's like, my mom's like, she didn't notice that? And I was like, probably not. So I have to see, hopefully. But yeah, my mom got me coffee. Delicious. Delicious iced coffee. Delicious iced coffee. All right. Well, you want to get back into the podcast?
Duh.
All right. Back in 3, 2, 1. Mark. Good. I'm back.
We're back. We definitely didn't go anywhere. Chonch doesn't talk about cats having fingernail issues. Crazy.
Nope. I didn't. I've always had this coffee next to me.
It looks really fucking. Does it have whipped cream at the top?
Yes, it does.
What a bastard. Wait, show me the whipped cream again, real quick. Oh yeah. Oh, put it close to the camera, real quick.
No, this is like the Juri's feet thing all over again.
Oh my god, no.
Oh yeah, you weren't here. You know, you saw Briar shit, right?
Oh, Briar, yeah.
You saw about her feet.
Oh, what? They're being big, or they're just like showing all the time?
They were showing, but did you see the splash art? Like it focused on the feet. The feet were the focus.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Yeah. So we were talking about how is it Judy, the Street Fighter character?
Juri, yeah.
Juri. Juri had like a whole thing about like people were like, oh, I love feet, and it's like obviously Juri was made kind of for that reason, and it's like Briar's basically playing to like that type of people too. Like,
yeah,
it's just it was a funny little thing we were talking about.
It's funny because I just remembered this. I remember like there's this person I was following, and this person's like very casual with fighting games, so they just mentioned that like, yeah, I wanted to play Juri again, but this whole feet thing has gotten out of hand. I don't think I'm going to play that character. Like, damn. It's that bad.
It just makes me laugh so much. I love it.
Oh, yeah, Wesley's here. Forgot to mention podcast. Wesley's always been here. Hi, Wesley.
Yeah.
He was definitely here before.
I was here from the beginning.
Yeah, he was always here. I think I got to lower Wesley's volume a little bit. He's very loud.
The last thing I wanted to mention for my week was I've been diving back into learning Spanish again, like really heavily.
Mm-hmm.
And fuck man, I fucking love Duolingo. Like so much.
What have you learned thus far?
Yeah, man, like I can't think of it off the top of my head, but like, and it's more so because like I don't have people to speak it with, so like I'm not like constantly like doing the thing, but when I'm reading it, I understand it. Mm-hmm. And when I write it, I understand it. Mm-hmm. So like when I'm like reading and then I have to write back for it, right? I'm getting it. Like I know that like to is you or your, like to you, but obviously like a sentence, right? So like, to vestado, which I think vestado is dress. and then tu vestado es verde. Your dress is green.
Green, yeah.
Right.
Nice.
So like what I've learned so far is people, places, things. Nothing about numbers yet. Kind of like how to like get a table at a restaurant. Really like nothing to like actually like. I couldn't like go and like be a normal human if I wanted to in Mexico or any other place where they speak Spanish. But
so
for sure, I think I could like go to a place and like buy something.
Yeah, so my thing is, I don't know if you know this, Wesley, but is Duolingo Spanish like Spain Spanish, or is it like Central South America Spanish?
It would depend, because as far as I know, Duolingo has like different dialects for like everything.
Okay.
I think it's the central thing you were talking about.
Central South Spanish?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because
think it's that.
Yeah, because that's always been the issue with learning Spanish. Is just like certain dialects and stuff like that. Because I think I mentioned this before. Is that like I have a coworker that's from Ecuador, and my boss tries to talk to him through Google Translate, but obviously the Spanish on that is not the Spanish that he grew up with. So there are moments where he's just confused as to like what he's trying to say. So at that point, my boss just like, I have another coworker of mine that also speaks Spanish, so he just like leaves it to us to explain it to him, even though my Spanish is terrible. And so the funny thing is that like that guy's straight up with me. He's like, "Yeah, your Spanish is very off," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, "I was born here. That's why."
Yeah, no, I'm what you would call a gringo.
I would. Some people would say a no sabo kid.
Oh no,
that's the worst. That's the worst thing. It's a joke for a lot of like, I guess a lot of kids that grew up American, but obviously are in like a Spanish household. So the joke is, from what I understand, is that like no sabo means I don't know, but it's more for the intent of like, you know, somebody tries to talk to you in Spanish and like you just say, "Oh, no sabo." And just like get away from that whole talking thing.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is that like I try to communicate with him and I try to talk to him in Spanish. But it's hard for me to keep up a conversation because it's just like, all right, what's that word in Spanish? And am I using it grammatically correct? And then there are moments where like I flub up my Spanish because there was a point where I actually said mujer instead of mojar.
Oh,
so there was a point.
Those are two different words.
Exactly. So it's just like
mojar?
Mojar is like to get wet.
To get wet.
Yeah. And mujer is woman.
Yeah.
So because it was raining at a point, and I was just like trying to explain the guy, "Oh, don't let that get wet," and I actually accidentally said, "Don't let that get woman." Yeah. So there are moments where like I flub up because it's just like, yeah. There's a lot of moments where I flub up, but like I said, I grew up in a household that like we spoke Spanish, but the thing is that like I didn't really communicate back in Spanish as much. So I mostly, even now, like I speak Spanglish in my house. So it's just like it's all over the place. But even then, like dialects is like the biggest thing when it comes to learning Spanish. Because there's also people who are from the country in certain areas. So like Ecuador has like very mountainous ranges. So I knew a guy when I worked at Burger King that was from the countryside. So his Spanish, because I'm going to assume Wesley knows. I don't know if you have family members that live in like the countryside, Wesley, but like
everybody lives in the country, my dude.
But their Spanish is a little different if you like hear them. So like it sounds a little like, I guess what some people would say, like a little from not southern in a way, but like certain ways that they talk, because how this guy talked was that his words, when he spoke fast, it sounded like he was slurring. So it was hard to keep up with what he was saying when I first met him. But then like after years of working with him, I understood what he was saying. Funny enough, the guy actually like knows Quechuan, so that was a cool thing. Because his wife actually speaks just Quechuan.
What's Quechuan?
Native language.
Quechuan, these nuts in your mouth.
Oh,
Let's go. Let's go.
What the natives speak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the guy knows. Funny enough, the guy that I work with now actually like knows a little bit of Quechuan. Quechuan. Catch these nuts.
Catch one, catch both, catch all.
But yeah, man, if you're doing language stuff, congrats. Yeah, I gotta do some more language stuff. I gotta practice my Spanish because like I'm like I mentioned, it's just like there's gonna be a point where like my mom's just gonna forget all this shit and she's gonna forget how to speak English.
She'd be like, "Mijo, how do you say this and that?" And you'd be like, "It's words."
So that's the thing is that like my mom comes to me to ask about like certain English phrases or like certain English words, but to be fair, my mother's English is not bad. Like, there are some things that she doesn't get grammatically correct, but it's not anything that would offend a person unless you're that much of an asshole, that much of a grammar Nazi. But no, like there are moments where like, oh, my mom calls me and she's like, hey, I'm trying to write an email to my boss. Can you like phrase this like professionally? I'm like, okay. So I phrase it as best as I can, and I'm like. And then there are moments where I have to ask her, I'm like, does this sound right to you? And she's like, yes, that's correct. I'm like, okay. So yeah. But even then, now my mom speaks more English to me than Spanish. But still, I speak Spanglish with my mom.
So like part of the reason I have trouble like, because I've tried to watch something in Spanish and see if I can like work with that. And it just the people speak too fast. It actually isn't that they speak too fast. It's just the fucking language isn't my language. Because I'm sitting here thinking about it as you talked, and I was like, "Is he speaking fast? Like just normal English?" And I'm like, "It doesn't seem like it to me because I don't understand the fucking language." But if I didn't understand English, you're probably speaking too fast for me to go for it. But if somebody like sat here with me and like, and I'm not saying like well, I want this, but like I'm just saying like if like. Because my brother's boyfriend's Spanish, and he's trying to learn English now. So like I've talked to him a little bit here and there, and like he'll actually sit there and go like, "Por favor," like slowly with me, so that I can understand. Because like again, like you'll hear like, and I'm like, nope.
So here's the thing: if you talk to someone who is from the Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico, it is hard to understand sometimes.
Yeah.
So
like fucking good luck with that.
Keep that in mind. But even with people who are from Mexico, sometimes, like I said, some of them are from the countryside or from the campo, and like they're how they speak is it tends to be very fast.
I would fucking love if it was just like one of me and Games' friend Fletch. Who just has,
my
like,
God,
really,
no.
like, country like accent, man, and then was like, "Por favor." I would love if it was like.
So that's the funny thing. So Wesley knows my mom's boyfriend, and like he has like a southern twang when he speaks English.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because like he was like, for the most part, when he came to America, he was in California, but then he eventually went to Florida. So he lived in Florida for like a good ass time and learned English. So when I hear him talk, it's like a southern twang. There's like, so he has a daughter that's like my age, and her accent is like southern-ish, because that's how most people in Florida are, kind of like Georgia, Florida area, where it's like a southern-ish twang. But when he talks Spanish, There's no twang or anything in that. So it's just like it's just interesting to like hear that like difference. But like even then, like I think he's mentioned it. It's just like how I talk is just like very different because obviously the two different like accents, obviously. So because I don't know. I feel like I don't really have a New York accent, but I was born, not in the city, but in the state.
I feel like none of us have an accent. Like, I don't think any of us sound like we are specifically from an area.
Yeah. The only thing
I for sure bet if we went to Texas, we have an accent.
So that's the thing. when I said coffee, Dino Dad was the one that pointed out the way I said it, and I got a little self-conscious.
You say it's like CAW.
Coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is that's like, how are you supposed to pronounce it? Like,
Kofi.
Kofi.
It's so dumb.
Yeah. But even then, like, certain words, like, now, because of him pointing it out, I realize that, like, oh yeah, I say it a certain way. So it's like, it's maybe a little self-conscious and a little self-aware. I'm just like,
yeah,
do I really say it like that?
How do you say water?
Water. I know some people say like water. Water. I know some people say like water. No, I just say water.
It still doesn't, like, I think I don't really pronounce the T. I don't think, it doesn't sound like you do either, really. It's
water?
Not like...
I kind of like roll it a little bit. Like, almost like
I think
D.
most people do.
Water. Yeah, water.
I think, I don't know where anybody would say water.
Water.
But there are a few people here near you, probably, that say wooder.
Water.
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah.
I've heard some people with that accent, and it's weird as fuck.
I worked with a guy that was from Brooklyn. He grew up in Brooklyn, and like he has a very strong accent, very strong Brooklyn accent.
Yeah.
But even then, yeah.
Accents are interesting.
It's
always interesting to hear. Like,
and that's the thing, is that like it's not an American thing. It's all over the world. You know,
right?
It's all over the world. So
the one thing that like still like I find weird is the whole like foreign accent syndrome that people have.
Care to explain?
Elaborate.
So it's like, let's say for example, you have like a natural born Australian person, right? They get into like a bad accident. They wake up speaking like a native Chinese person.
Like the language or just the accent?
Like the accent.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, because like there was a whole news about this lady that got into an accident and she woke up with a Chinese accent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know about that one. Maybe the lady was vaguely racist. You ever think about that? She was like, "This is my excuse. I'm gonna go with a bit here. I'm gonna commit to the bit." Yeah, it's interesting. Even like Midwestern accents are like pretty funny because of Fargo. Fargo makes me laugh because it's such a dark movie, but the accents are like what like alleviates the tone a lot, because it's just like the cops like with that really heavy Nebraskan or like wherever the fuck they're from, just being like, "Oh yeah." And it's just like,
oh, don't you know?
Oh, don't you know? Yeah, it's like shit like that. It's just like, it makes it funny. And it's just like, the context of like what's going on is ridiculous. It's so weird. Yeah. But New York is funny too, because it's just like some of the accents. Anyways. Good luck with your Spanish.
I mean, I'm going to keep it going.
All right, good.
I want to go to I want to go to Italy. I want to go to Japan. Those two places for sure. Like, just because Japan's fun and Italy, like family and stuff. But like,
yeah.
The other two places I really want to go is Mexico and what is Colombia?
That's South America.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is Colombia?
No, I was trying to remember the specific place I wanted to go.
Oh, okay.
Like, Colombia is a specific place that I actually want to go to.
Yeah.
Versus just being like all of South America, you know?
Yeah, no, Colombia's pretty nice. Enjoy the hippos.
Is that like a thing?
Yes.
Hippos?
Yes. Okay. You know why, right?
No.
Pablo Escobar.
Oh.
He fucked up the environment when he was shipping in animals. So hippos is a huge, huge problem over there.
Cool. I think I'm just gonna get coffee and try to talk to them. I
try to talk to Colombian chicks at the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of places. I mean, I guess like 4 places overall. Like those 4 places I said are like the main things I'd actually want to see in my lifetime. You want to get into your week?
Well, I mean, Wesley's here. Go ahead, Wesley. What have you been doing?
Hold on, nothing happened.
Wesley's here?
I mean, he's always been here. He's just been very
Oh,
silent.
right,
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, Wesley. What have you been up to?
Nothing really happened. Fucking work's being like really weird on. Well, not like I shouldn't say weird. I think it's like doing the right thing.
Oh, did you find another job?
No. Well, oh, did I? I don't think I told you guys.
No,
Oh,
you mentioned you
Haler
left.
knows. Yeah, okay. Haler knows about the new position. I'm teacher's aide position in the relative location
Mhm.
to
Okay.
where. Yeah.
You don't have to give the specifics, but yeah, your teacher's aide.
Okay.
The address.
I'm
on-screen
here
flashing.
at longitude 3.
Yeah.
It's like
Like
you don't have
pinpoint
to,
location
yeah,
of the classroom.
you don't have to, yeah, you don't have to give the exact location, but okay.
No, obviously.
Yeah. That's good.
It's fucking. So like, I got it from my sister, who got it from her coworkers that left.
Mhm.
And whatchamacallit? When I sent in my application, they literally told me to come in a week after I sent my application. Like, I'm being so like 7 days after I sent it, they're like, yeah, you can come in. And then I go in, I'm like, oh yeah, hey, I'm here for my first day. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Cool.
Um.
Uh-huh.
I go for my first day, and then like, what the fuck are you talking about? So like, I'm talking to the people in the main office, and they're like, yeah, like, we have like nothing for you. And I'm like, what do you mean? I was told to come here. Like, even the teacher acknowledged me coming there like that day. She's like, okay, yeah, I'll see you this day
Oh
at
Jesus.
this time. And I'm like, okay, cool. So like, they're just giving me like the rundown of like, oh, like the whole gist, like, oh yeah, the teacher's nice, she's good, this and that.
But everybody was like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah.
Jesus. That's not great.
So they're like, okay, we'll show you like the whole like the faculty areas, like where the copy room is, mailbox and whatnot. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I go, they show me, and then I get there an hour early because obviously, like, I'm like, oh, I probably have to sign some stuff beforehand, whatnot.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I was waiting in the office till 7:50 since 6:50.
Fuck.
Yeah, and then they were like, oh, okay, so we'll see if the teacher's in. Teacher's not in, obviously. She comes in um, like literally when it's almost time to start school, and I'm like, bruh.
Damn.
Mind you, like all the other aides and whatnot are already there.
Damn.
So they show me like the classroom that I'm gonna be at. Oh shit, bro, how does that hit me?
Oh my God,
I
Wesley.
go to the classroom, like, oh yeah, that's where we're gonna be, like, um, where your class is gonna be, this and that. Bro. And then sorry, I'm like in the middle of a match too.
I know. I'm like, God damn it, man! All right, we get it. Your teacher's aide. Cool. You like your job? Do you?
Wow.
I didn't even start.
Okay. Cool. You love your job. Anyways.
Yeah. So anyway, so I'm meeting like the other teachers that are there, and they're like, "Oh hi, how are you?" This and that, like the whole spiel.
Mhm.
And then uh. Like, since it's the first day, you know how like they have like the whole like meet and greet thing with everybody, like meet the students outside.
Mhm.
I guess say hi to like the people that um I guess you knew from last year or whatever.
Yeah.
So, like, oh, okay, yeah. So like follow us, come with us, and like we'll show you, like you'll see like what you got to do type thing.
Yeah.
Um. So I'm going, and then they're like, yeah, you got to go to this office, talk to the dude, and be like, bro, like what's going on? What happened? So I go there. Dude's not even in the office, let alone like in the area yet. So fucking, I'm literally just waiting, and I'm like, I go back to the lady. I'm like, yeah, he's not fucking there. And they're like, bro, what the fuck? Like, you're really not supposed to be here since nothing's like filled out or anything. And I'm like, oh my god. So whatever, fucking, I'm waiting till like 8:30 at this point. I'm just waiting for the dude, and he's like, oh yeah, my bad. You got to do this, this, and this, and I'm like, oh my god. So I had to set like fucking so many different appointments for this guy,
Nice.
and then whatchamacallit, and then I got those done, and now I'm talking to HR, and they're like, oh yeah, you gotta fill out your payroll papers, and like all these other forms that I have no idea what they were. And mind you, last week they were like, "Oh yeah, you could come in. Your first day could be Wednesday." And I'm like, "Bro, how you gonna have it be Wednesday? I would have to sign all this stuff." And then she wants to set up a Zoom meeting beforehand too. So it's just a whole bunch of hoopla.
He's like, you want me to do all this, and then they're like, do it faster.
Yeah.
The education system.
Yep. So dumb.
Well, enjoy your job. Congrats, by the way. Congrats on your job.
Hell yeah, dude. Good shit, man.
But besides that bullshit, what have you been up to, gaming wise?
Gaming TV.
Because I hear you clicking away like a little bitch.
Yeah, being a keyboard warrior.
First of all, don't ever talk about my friend playing League of Legends like that again.
Yeah, a bitch. Are you playing League right now, actually?
Yeah.
Wow, what a bitch.
I almost jumped onto Valorant, honestly.
Oh my god. Anyways. Well, anything new you've been playing? Anything you want to get in here to let us know?
I got back into Apex, surprisingly. It's actually a lot better than Fortnite. Like in terms of like winnability and whatnot.
Yeah, because it should have been Titanfall 3.
I was gonna say skill too. Like, I think skill in that game feels way like more relevant than Fortnite.
Yeah.
I'm so upset. It should have been Titanfall 3.
It should have been me.
It should have been me. Damn, man.
Sorry, go on about
about Apex?
The game that I already forgot. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I even forgot about what we were talking about. Jesus. So get into Apex, mind you, like only one of us know like it's been playing, like not religiously, but like enough to like obviously have like their like not be a complete scrub, right? Compared to like the other two, which is me and our other friend. The first game in, we drop not almost instantly, but like we get killed as like first squad, I think it was. Which isn't bad. Shit. But we're like, damn, okay, that sucked. So we queue up for next game. We win next game. How? No idea. And then we queue up again. We win the next game after that, and we're like, bro, what the fuck's going on? But yeah, we repeatedly get like stomped afterwards. But yeah, they changed the game like a lot. And now you have like 5 different classes, or not classes, but like
I know what you're talking about.
like section. You have like assault, you have recon, support, skirmish, and control. And like each one has like these like weird passive things, or it's like if you're control, you can see where the next zone is gonna be if you activate this beacon.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, skirmish. I think is you could see like it pings where all the drop pods are gonna be when they come down. Um, assault, you get extra. You could hold extra ammo. Uh, what else? Oh, support. You could craft respawn respawn badges. So like if your teammates die and you can't pick up their tag, you can literally craft it, and I think a crafter or something like that. And then I forgot what the other one was. But anyways, yeah, they changed a bunch of it, and there's no more solos. It's only duos or trios, and then there's team deathmatch too. It's really weird.
Are there any Titans?
No.
All right. Well,
when
I
they
don't care.
broke up the because I played not super recently, but like at least in the past 6 months I played.
Mhm.
When I saw that they introduced the breakup of characters instead of it just being all the characters in the lower half where you pick one into support, blah 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 blah, right? Each subdivision or whatever. They It made me confused because I couldn't like the pictures are too small on the screen at that point for me to see like who I was picking, kind of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just sitting here in silence.
I didn't have anything else to say on that.
Okay.
I was like,
That's okay. Because I don't know. I only played like Damn it! It should have been Titanfall. I've only played Apex like maybe like twice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I know nothing of it now. I remember when it came out, people were like, "Oh yeah, check out this thing made by the Titanfall crew." And I'm like, "Oh, that seems cool." And then when word got out, being like, "Yeah, Apex is the only thing they're going to focus on." Titanfall 3, by the way, was an idea, but they canned it for Apex.
Yeah.
And it's like, God damn it, sucks. But anyways, if you're enjoying it, enjoy. Anything
we're
else?
happy you're happy.
Yeah. Anything else you got, Wesley?
I'm not liking One Piece.
The live action series?
No, just the anime in general.
Oh, is it because of the fifth gear?
Yeah, it literally started going downhill like once they introduced Gear 5, and I'm like, I don't like this.
Can you
What?
tell me what that is? Because I have no idea what.
Didn't you like the Tom and Jerry references?
No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Gear 5 is like his ultimate form, like basically like his true power of his devil fruit.
Okay.
So, you know who doesn't care about your opinion, Wesley? The author. Oda doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. He loves Tom and Jerry.
Oh, dude, Tom and Jerry is fucking...
It's peak anime, uh-huh.
Yeah, Tom and Jerry is dope. I'm dead. Whatchamacallit? It's because they changed it from adapting one chapter at a time now that it's just a lot slower. So it's not as...
Is the anime up to date with the manga, or is it still behind?
They're... I want to say up to... No. The manga is getting ready for the next big fight.
There's so many big fights. It's like Dragon Ball all over again.
Yes, I love Dragon Ball. Let's talk more about that.
Yeah.
Oh, I played Fighters yesterday. I did not like it.
Wow, Wesley, and you didn't let me know?
No, it was my friend. He like really wanted to play it. I'm like, bro, I hate 2D fighting games. They're so bad.
What? What are you talking about?
I hate them. Like, it's fucking. Once you get stun locked into the wall, there's no way to outplay it. You're just there for like half your health bar.
Get good.
And it's like, bruh.
Oh my god. Well, to be fair, Dragon Ball has gotten more nutty. So.
Oh yeah, I'm dead.
Nerd. Just to talk about Dragon Ball for a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
the update that they released like a couple weeks ago, no, like a month ago, I want to say,
Mhm.
was basically this game is essentially Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And if you ever seen gameplay of Marvel vs. Capcom 3, that game is nuts. Like,
Yeah.
it's just everything is everywhere. Blasts is everywhere and everything. Basically, a lot of characters got buffed, essentially. But Dragon Ball, how it is it's like it's a far cry from what it was before.
Talk about the game Far Cry from
Yes,
Ubisoft?
yes. If you want to know the definition of insanity, play Dragon Ball Fighters.
Literally.
Yeah, but you should play Street Fighter 6.
No. I'll
2D.
play Tekken 8.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Tekken 8. Yeah, that's true. Unless they have good netcode. I'm hoping to God they have good netcode.
Yeah.
That goes a myth. Don't worry about it.
That was the thing, is that like for Dragon Ball Fighters, like that patch was supposed to be the rollback patch, but there has been no update about rollback. So who knows if it's gonna come out or not. Sucks. But I haven't played Dragon Ball Fighters in a while. Anything else you got, Wesley?
Monopoly's fun. I just can't really play it with 3 people.
Yeah, I need more people.
Yeah.
What do you think the right number for Monopoly is?
I say
Genuine.
4.
4 plus.
Really?
Yeah. To be
Telling
like,
me you had to have 10 people for Monopoly?
I mean, I don't even think like 10
I-
is allowed.
I was about to say, what is the rules? It's like how many people? 6 or 4? I think it's 4.
What? Like, what do you mean?
Monopoly. Like how many players?
Max?
Yeah.
I think 6.
Okay. So you had fun time playing Monopoly?
No,
Oh, okay.
because what we found out is if one person owes money. Hello. If one person owes money.
Owes Manny.
Yeah. If they owe money
Mhm.
to someone and they can't pay it, and they just declare bankruptcy, the person that they were supposed to pay gets literally everything that the person had who declared bankruptcy.
Damn.
So like you could have, let's say, like 10 properties and like $100, because you can't pay off the boardwalk rent. So they literally get all 10 of your properties and the $100 that you had.
Hey, I haven't played
But what
Monopoly
if
in a
you-
while.
So
So
what if you rob them with a gun?
You can't rob them. What the
what
fuck?
if they could go to jail?
But what if you hack their PC?
You can go to jail.
What if you hire somebody within the jail to shank them out? You know,
What if you what is his fucking name?
What if you
Jeffrey Epsteined them?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What if you became the warden of the jail? Could you still charge them money?
Yeah, there's oh.
Anyways,
Awkward.
can you make the jail a super prison?
A maximum security prison.
Yep. All right. That's all, Wesley? That's all you got for us?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay. You didn't watch anything? Oh yeah, One
I
Piece.
saw a bunch of anime.
You didn't rewatch Breaking Bad?
Any animes you recommend?
I'm watching like a bunch of isekai stuff at the moment.
Okay.
What is isekai?
You're a modern world person that gets fucking launched into like a fantasy genre world.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Have you not kept up with Baki or no?
Baki. Oh, I have to finish I have to watch the ogre fight. I didn't watch.
Okay, because I was about to say I haven't watched the new part that came out. I just finished like the pickle stuff.
Oh, pickle.
So fucking dumb.
Bruh, that airport scene.
The airport soon. Which one? There's so many.
Where he's walking with a squad of armed guards, like literally surrounding him.
Oh,
with the news reporter.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
my god,
dude.
that was so bad.
Bruh.
That was so bad. It's so dumb because like when you were talking about airport scene, I forgot that that airport scene, but I was thinking about the fucking hangar that they were keeping him in, and just like the scene where Ogre walks at the fence and the army guards is just like, and then they start beating each other up. And like the explanation is so stupid, where people are like, he just emanates an aura of violence that those guys.
He practically does.
It's so stupid. And I was just like, all right, I could go with it. But like this fucking season has been dumb. And then like I've been reading up of like where Baki goes, and I'm like, wait, the fight with Ogre is like the midway point of Baki? And I'm like, that's wild. And I'm like, what happens afterwards? And then I read what happens afterwards, and I'm like, oh my god, it is stupid. It is so fucking dumb. Like, but will I keep watching it? Probably. Because how fucking dumb it is. Yeah, Baki's just wild. But yeah, I heard this new season's actually kind of okay-ish from where it goes.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's mid.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'll probably give it a watch. I got nothing else to do.
I mean, I have like 4 episodes to like watch the ogre fight, so it's like I might as well just finish it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because like that's the thing, is that like the Pickle fight was, well, like the stuff leading up to Pickle was actually kind of interesting, because the whole idea behind it of like he is essentially primal man and views anything as food, so your life is at stake because he will eat you.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, that's cool. Because like I didn't feel like any tension with like the prison stuff before. The prison stuff I didn't really care about. And then the only season I did like was the Death Row Inmates season, because I was like, this shit is cool.
Oh, yeah.
And then nothing after that topped it until like Pickle a little bit. But even then, like the stuff leading up to Pickle was incredibly stupid. He punches so hard that he goes Mach speed.
Oh my god, dude, that was so dumb.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's as fast as a jet fighter plane.
It's so stupid.
It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb.
Just imagine your bones are like 3 million different vertebrae.
Dude, that's where I fucking
all snap.
That's where I fucking lost it. Where he's just like, yeah, you know what? Don't believe in science anymore. Believe in feeling. And it's just like,
literally.
What?
So stupid.
I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, wasn't the whole premise of this thing being like the stupid shit of like characters narrating being like, he broke his rib, and then if he broke his rib in this section, it should lead to death, and it's like stupid shit like that. And it's like, no, now my bones are different bones now.
I have created millions of different bones inside my body.
I'm so glad you're here, because this is the shit that I complained about last podcast. I talk about Baki. Now I have somebody that I can talk with that has context.
I was wondering why I remembered Baki.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we watched something about it, didn't we? No, my friend showed me.
Yeah, it's really dumb. It's
very silly for sure.
Yeah, it's like, it's kind of like cool in concept, but like over the years, it's just like nonsensical. It's essentially like what JoJo is, of just like, there are some things that are like needlessly over explained to the point of stupidity.
Yeah.
And Baki takes it to like an nth degree of just like, these fighters aren't people anymore. They're like superheroes.
They're like super weapons.
Yeah, they're like superhumans. Like even like the character that we talk about, Ogre, is like, he's essentially just like, oh my god, the fucking shit with Barack Obama.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I forgot.
Wait, are you talking about the one in the office?
No, they're in the hotel room, and like Ogre's in there, and Barack Obama is, well, not, what's his name? Not, his name is like Barack Onama or some shit like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, but it's essentially just Barack Obama, but he like, essentially this is like a formal greeting for like every world leader that they have to meet with Ogre, because Ogre is more deadly than a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, he's like the equivalent of a full nation's like military might.
Yeah, because like Ogre's from Japan, they have to like be acquainted. So it's just like, it's so stupid. And then like the shit with the table where Barack Obama is just like, you know, can you do the thing with the table where you cut the glass? And Ogre's just like, I'm getting tired of this stuff. And then he just demonstrates it, and it's just like, it's so fucking dumb. It is so dumb. It's so dumb. But it's also weird because like I only caught like the first episode of this new season. And like I was wondering, I'm like, what the fuck happened to Baki's girlfriend? And I'm like, and then the episode showed a little bit. I didn't get that far in the episode, but like then it showed like what was going on. And she's like, yeah, now I kind of have a thing about dudes that cry like Muhammad Ali's son. And I was just like, what? Oh, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. He cried like a little bitch. And she's like, yeah, I was really enamored when he got his tears and his snot all over me. And I'm like, what?
Dude, yeah. And then she was like, oh yeah, and I got completely drenched head to toe.
Oh.
And I'm like, how is that normal for you?
I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, what is the fuck is going on?
Like they literally showed like the aftermath of it.
Yeah.
And she's literally just dripping with dude's sweat and tears.
Sweat, tears, and snot. And I was just like, what the fuck?
It's weird as
and
fuck.
then and it's even weirder when Muhammad Ali's son is just like, yeah, thanks for letting me get that all out. And she's just drenched.
Literally.
It's just like, what the fuck is happening? Oh my god. 10 out of 10 show. 10 out of 10. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, Baki's getting to the point of just like insane stupidity where I'm just like, it makes JoJo seems like the normal man's show.
Yeah, I still don't know about that.
That's what it feels like to me at times, but like I will still watch it. I don't care. I'm at a point where just like, fuck it. I'm already deep into it. I'll just keep watching it. But yeah, I if you're like interested into like where it goes, I would recommend looking at like the wiki and just like coming back to me and being like, yo, like what the fuck is happening? Yeah.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
Anything else? Any animes besides isekais?
I've been watching My Tiny Senpai. My Tiny Senpai, and then Rent a Girlfriend.
This is where I'm gonna have to cut off the stream.
I tried watching Rent a Girlfriend, and it's so
recording.
bad.
It's so dumb, but like
it's bad. I mean,
I'm too invested. I just can't drop it.
Fair, I guess. I don't know.
I can't
get into it, I guess is what I.
My thing is that I can't pick on Wesley because I got fully invested into a show called Oriemo.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And the ending of it is terrible. Just the show setup is pretty terrible. And I got really into it for some fucking reason, and it was trash.
Damn.
Yeah. But yeah, anything else?
Other than that, no.
No? You haven't watched the One Piece live action?
Nope.
Okay. I hear good things. Surprisingly.
I want to, but I'm like, eh.
Yeah. That's the thing. I only heard good things, but I'm not a One Piece fan. I do want to play that One Piece game, but I think it's one of those.
One?
Odyssey, is it called? One Piece.
Odyssey is the turn-based one.
Yeah, I do want to try that out.
Okay.
But
it's really slow.
Yeah,
in the beginning.
That's what I hear. But like, it's one of those things where it's like kind of like a One Piece. Like you have to be a huge One Piece fan for it, right?
Not really.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Should I catch up with One Piece?
I mean, if you want to, yeah.
I was about to say, like, a good amount of it's on Netflix thus far.
The anime or the
anime
movie? What's kind of funny is I had seen an article. I didn't read the fucking article, but I read like the headline where they were like, One Piece season 2 has already been written, and I'm like, yeah, no shit, it's already been written. The fucking anime is out.
I think. Oh no, the live action. Yeah, the live action.
I know, but the joke is, it's already been written.
Oh, okay, I get
like,
you. Yes,
they're not joking, but they're like,
I know.
Live action's written.
I get you. Meta joke.
Right. Well, it's just, It's like, how much do you have to really
Funny.
write, you know? You're probably just gonna copy most of it from the fucking thing anyways.
Yeah.
That's true, because like even then, like a lot of like Netflix anime adaptations have been pretty terrible because they try to do their own thing. Cowboy Bebop was a big example of that, where it tried to do its own thing, and that's why it got fucking canned. And then the Death Note movie tried to do its own thing,
Yeah.
and it just did not work. So it makes sense. It makes sense as to like why they stick to the source material. But on top of that, they did get Oda to come in and be like, "Yo, let's work together." So there you go.
They got Ono to come in? It's crazy.
Yeah, they got Ono to come in.
He hates everything. I can't believe he came in.
So that's the funny thing, is that like that's the contrast of just like having the author come in and work on it, while with the Cowboy Bebop like live action, after the show came out and it was revealed that it got canceled, the creator of Cowboy Bebop came out and be like, I could not be there. Like, it was just so bad. I was like, oh my god, like, that's so terrible. And it's like, that was a weird thing, is that like people were talking about like, yeah, we have his blessing and this and that, and then like fucking interview later, he's just like, they changed so much, I could not have my name around that. It's just like, wow.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know why you would change what people like. Like, why you would do that.
Look at The Witcher.
What am I looking at?
That they changed from the source material, and that's why Henry Cavill left.
Oh, after the first season or whatever?
Yeah.
I was talking to my brother, man, and I told him, I was like, I can't watch The Witcher once they change off of Henry Cavill, and he's like, yeah, I didn't think it was going to be that good either, but it looks like it's going to be good. You know, he still kind of looks like him, and he's like, you know, Henry Cavill just does that brooding thing, and I'm like, right, but you don't understand, he does the brooding thing better than other people. He's
very tall and very big.
It's also just the way he carries himself, the way he talks. Like, it's gonna be different. It's going to be different. It's not gonna be 100 to 100. And then I had to pull out the example of what's it called from?
The Infamous.
Thank you. I talked about that, and he has no idea what that is.
Yeah.
And he has no idea who the piece, so he doesn't really care. But I was explaining to him, and I'm like, it's such a small difference because the voices were very similar. But I was like, dude, you could hear it, and I hate it, and I want to choke that guy until he stops playing.
Oh, with Cole, right?
Yeah.
Is it Cole?
Oh, so
yeah. His original voice was like more gruff, and like the second one was like gruff, but almost somewhat nasally.
Yeah.
No, I get it. Yep.
I'm still waiting on Infamous 3 though.
What do you mean? You got Second Son.
Infamous Second Son too?
No, just I need Infamous 3 with Cole.
You mean Infamous 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you said the first time? Because I just didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you said Infamous 2, and I was like, no, that's out. It's okay. I'm dumb.
It's okay. It's all right.
That's okay. We've all been there.
We've all been there. We've all done that.
Yep.
All right, Wesley. Anything else?
Nah.
You good?
Yeah.
All right, that's good. What I was about to say? Oh yeah, video games are fun. Fighting games are good, Wesley. You're wrong.
Some of them are.
You have bad opinions.
I actually would like to side with Wesley on this one.
No.
Fighting games are fun to watch other people play.
There's so much
that is
fun.
True, yes.
There's so much.
I will watch 2D fighting over actually playing them.
This is why, like, I say this to you all the time, and I know you're like, oh, I'm not good. You are whatever tier level it is that me and Wesley are at shooters. Like, you do fighting the same way we do shooters.
Yes.
Where we're like killing people, and you're like, oh, you guys are better than me. Right. You're better than us. So it's cool to watch you do it because we can't do it.
Because it's funny, because like I'm thinking about like, because I just finished Call of Duty and I'm just playing the single player for that. I'm like, yeah, I'm terrible at first person shooters.
Dude, I was watching you sneak in that house, and I remember doing that mission, and you were just blasting everything, and I was like, I think I snuck past everything. And I was just watching him kill every single person, and I'm like, I don't think this is how you do it. I just really don't.
Well, guess what? It's how you do it.
Oh no, you did it. Don't get me wrong, you did it, and I was just like, but it made me laugh so hard because like I think the first time you were like, oh, there's motion sensors, and there's like 50 lights in this house, and Chunch is just like, one by one trying his best to find every light, and like before, but you didn't notice that like you could take your visor off, I guess, at first, and like they were blinding you because it was night vision. He's like, "What the fuck is going on?"
I was like, how do I? Because I thought to myself, like, how the fuck do I do this? I'm like, oh yeah, I could just take off the goggles.
Yeah.
That's
That's
all I
so
needed
funny.
to do. Yeah, I just realized that like I'm terrible at first person, and I like first person shooters, but like I am terrible at them.
Yeah.
Competitively, like I'm not good, but I just like fighting games, man. It is so fun.
But again, it's so much fun to watch you play a fighting game. I can't stand playing a fighting game most of the time, though.
That's the thing is that like
Yeah.
I wish I had like another person to play fighting games with, just to like fuck around. But
I've said it so many times. I really need you to link up with my friend and just play, because I know you both are tier matched together, probably.
I guess we have to have a formal introduction, and then
Yeah, it's not that hard. You both take your pants off and shake hands. It's fine.
does he like Juri's feet?
No, he's not a feet person.
Okay, so we could get along fine.
He really likes Mortal Kombat, so he'll be definitely. He's already playing. I'm sure.
Interested in one? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he
fair.
Really likes Mortal Kombat.
that's fair. Yeah, because like the thing that I just wanted to talk about was that like so I've been hanging out with my cousins for like the past 2 weeks. My youngest cousin's birthday like happened. Dude, I feel so fucking old. This girl is like a sophomore in high school, and it's so weird because it's just like I remember when she was baby, like when she was this tiny little thing, and like now she's like a teen. It's so bizarre. But she really likes video games. So that's the one thing that I can have somewhat of a common interest with her. So for her birthday, I got her some games because I asked her, I was like, oh, I think I mentioned this before, is she is the same cousin that like her parents asked her, what do you want? Do you want a quinceañera or do you want a PS5? And she was like, I'll take the PS5.
Yes.
So her parents were like, all right, cool. So they got her a PS5. So I asked her, I'm like, so what do you play on your PS5? And she's like, oh, I like playing Fall Guys and Fortnite. And I'm like,
Okay.
and
I guess.
no. There was a long pause, and I was like, do you have anything else that you play? And she's like, no, I don't have any other games. I was like,
Jesus.
oh god. So I asked her, I'm like, what kind of games do you think you might like? And she's like, well, I do want to play like story stuff, like games with like good stories and stuff like that. So she was like, yeah, I just want to try different stuff. And she's like, I do like fighting games. I'm like, oh, which fighting games? And she played Mortal Kombat 11 on her dad's PS4. So she kind of has some context of like what fighting games are.
Mhm.
But for her birthday, I got her a good amount of games. So care to judge, all right? So she mentioned that she wanted to play the game Stray. So I got her
Oh,
Stray.
that game's adorable.
So I got her Stray. And she beat it. She played the whole thing and she loved it. She actually is planning on going back to find like the collectibles and stuff like that. So I'm like, great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Second game I bought her the Resident Evil collection, which is the first
Jesus.
the first game, the first Resident Evil and Resident Evil 0. And
Oh, shit.
I'll get to that in a bit. So the other two games, I bought her the
You butter.
I buttered her. I bought her the Uncharted collection and the Uncharted 4 collection.
Mhm.
Yes, I love Uncharted. Yes.
So the reason why I bought it is because when she was way, way younger, she didn't know how to play video games, obviously.
Mhm.
But my cousin's boyfriend would go over their house and he would play on their PS3 with them. And the game that they would play was Uncharted. So I would lend them my copies of Uncharted so they can play. And when she was little, whenever my cousin's boyfriend would come over and like hang out with them, she would go to the boyfriend and be like, "Hey, can we play Naughty Dog time?"
Why?
So that was Uncharted. So I handed her the games, on her birthday. And I was like, "Here you go. Here's Naughty Dog time."
That's cute.
Yeah, it was very cute, but it's just like, yeah, man, it's been that long. It was just like her being tiny and like now
Bro,
a
she
teenager.
must love you, by the way.
No, and she said, obviously, she said her thank yous, and I was going to buy her more, but I'm like, I gotta cool it, because I'm like, I can't spend this money on this child.
You can't turn her into you with having like a fucking 3 million games.
Yeah, it's a fucking huge ass catalog of
It's
stuff.
awesome though, because like I'm sure any of us would have loved to have that person to introduce us to a bunch of different stuff, or a bunch of different games at the time.
Yeah, because like I had to contact my cousin, her sister, her older sister. And I had to ask her, I'm like, hey, are you guys gonna buy her like a video game or something? And they're like, no, we're gonna buy her clothes. I'm like, okay, cool. So so I was like, all right, I guess I'll buy her some. I told my cousin, I was like, I'm gonna buy her a game, and she's like, oh, okay. And then I ended up buying like a game and then 3 others. But yeah, I was thinking, I was like, do I get a fighting game for her? And I was like, I don't know if she might like fighting games in general. And then on top of that, Mortal Kombat 1 is coming out, and she mentioned she likes Mortal Kombat, but it's like Mortal Kombat 1 is coming out, but that game is coming out in a couple of weeks from her birthday.
Yeah.
So I was like,
why would you get her Mortal Kombat 1 when you could get her Juri's feet? I don't understand.
Speaking of Juri's feet, this is where I want to go. So we had her birthday at like on a Sunday. No, it was a Saturday, excuse me. Where we were gonna cut the cake. So it was me, my family members, and we were there for like from like 1 o'clock to a little bit later. So, excuse me, my cousins don't live that far from me. No, excuse me again. So we were at her house and we were just chilling, and like we were playing the games that I got her. She was playing Resident Evil, funny enough, and like I had because she didn't understand how Resident Evil worked, because obviously it is somewhat of an old game, but I'm watching her play, and like there's some stuff that she was like, okay, where do I go with this? Like, where am I supposed to go? And I basically explained to her that like the whole thing is that like you just explore, you look around, find keys, figure out some puzzles, and like see if you have the item for that door that you need to go through and stuff like that. So basically I was helping her like lead the way of like what to do. And she was enjoying it for the most part. So we were there for like a good bit, and she was like, oh, I don't know what to do now. And I'm like, I could just go home and grab some fighting games. And she's like, okay, yeah, let's do that. So I went home, I grabbed my arcade stick, and I grabbed a couple games. But the game that we stuck to the entire time was Street Fighter 6. So she was doing the tutorial stuff, and Street Fighter 6 obviously has the modern controls. So I was like, okay, try modern controls, because obviously it's a little bit more easier. It was for some reason a little tough on her because she didn't understand pressing the inputs at the same time. So I had to explain to her, like, you have to press it at the same time, and that's how you get this super out, and then this and that. And I was basically trying to explain like the whole concept of like Street Fighter and like the mechanics behind it. And she got like a good grasp of it. Funny enough, my cousin's boyfriend was there, and he was like, this is the thing, I have nobody to play with because everybody for some fucking reason hates like 2D fighting games that I talk to. Even he was like, I don't like fighting games that much, and I tried to like tell him that, hey, there's this fun game, it's pretty fun, you don't have to play on like these control settings. And he's just like, nah, it's not my thing. But we're playing Street Fighter and he was kind of enjoying it, so it's just like, okay, that's good, he's liking to it. Not to the extent of like, I told him like, oh, why don't we go to your house like, over the weekend at some point and just play Street Fighter? And he's like, no, we're not doing that. And I'm like, okay. But we were playing for like a good bit, and my cousin was trying out like different characters and stuff like that. So I was like, you know what? I don't really play with Zangief that much. Let me play with Zangief. I was having so much fun playing with Zangief. But it was one of those things where it's like, obviously I'm playing against people that don't really know the controls and stuff. So there are just moments where I'm like, so if you don't know the context of Street Fighter 6, it's like Zangief takes away a lot of health if you do like his command grabs. So it's just like these moments where like my cousin's like doing her best, and I just do a command grab, and like her health is just gone. So it's just like having fun with that. Or just like playing around with Zangief and like seeing my cousin have fun with that. Yeah, it was just a fun time, just introducing some fighting games. But we didn't get to play any of the other ones that I brought over. And funny enough, my cousin's boyfriend was just like, because I was using the arcade stick. He's like, oh, he was telling my little cousin, he's like, oh, he has it easy because he's using an arcade stick. And I'm like, no, it's actually a lot harder to use the arcade stick.
Yeah, I was gonna say like,
it's like, no, that's not how that works.
Is it?
I would say with a hitbox, it is. For context, what a hitbox is it's a leverless arcade stick. So a lot of hitboxes use buttons as motions.
Right.
That is a little bit.
The ones with the sticks.
The ones with the actual. They're a little harder. They're a little harder because you have to do you actually have to take the motion with your wrist and stuff like that, depending on like which side you're on. If you're on the second player side, it's a little harder because you have to do the opposite direction of your wrist movement. While if you're on first player side, your wrist movements are a lot more easier.
Yep.
So it just depends. I know there are a lot of people that are really, really good with arcade sticks that like do that thing, do a lot of motion inputs like no problem, but that's the thing is that like for me personally, it's just like Street Fighter 6 is the main Street Fighter game that I'm kind of really getting into, because even with like the past Street Fighters, because I played a little bit of Street Fighter 4, I didn't get too into it. Street Fighter 5 I bought on launch date, but I didn't get too far into it, and like with the amount of updates that game had, it's a completely different game from what it was when it first released. So I just didn't get into it. But with 6, I'm going into it, with its new mechanics and stuff like that, and I'm like, all right, I kind of got what it is. I like what it's doing, and to have modern controls as well, there's always that option for me if I ever want to do that. But so far, I've been just doing it with classic controls. Funny enough, I played a little bit of Third Strike because there was the HD not a collection, but the HD version that came out on PS3, and that's the version I played a good amount of, and I really liked my time with Third Strike because it's a very what's the word I'm looking for? It's not, well, yeah, it can be kind of fast, but like a lot of like the system mechanics, it's like you have to be very accurate with it, and that's why I liked it. It's just like the accuracy of doing some stuff, because parries is like the biggest one in Third Strike, where it's like, to give context, is like it's an actual input that you have to put in of like a direction. So it's like it's a 50-50 chance of if you get it. And then with 6, it's like you have a parry button and you can use it, you can abuse it, but not to the fullest extent of abuse. So it's one of those things where like that's why 6 is a lot more fun, because it's like you don't have to be as accurate. You can go at it and just have fun. So I'm alone when playing the game. But yeah, after playing Street Fighter at my cousin's house, I was like, I want to play more Street Fighter. So I started playing more Street Fighter. I started fooling around with some other characters. Juri is one of them, where I'm like, oh yeah, Juri has some cool stuff. Juri's pretty fun. And then Cammy was another one with her fat ass.
Yeah.
Where I'm like,
I said the same thing. I was like, dude, that's been forever though. Like the thing with what Cammy.
Yeah, with Cammy's fat ass. But like, it's like Cammy's really fun. So I was like, you know what? Let me do some of the character trials, because like the character trials is just like different combos of what you can do with the characters, and like they're basically what the preset of like the. What is it, like what Capcom has essentially put down of like, oh yeah, this is what this character can do, these are the combos that you can try out. Cammy's number 9 intermediate combo, it is so fucking hard for me to do because it is such a weird input. Because this is why I didn't go into Street Fighter as much, because there's a lot of hit confirming where you can do a follow-up attack after you do an attack, but you have to do it at a precise timing. So that's why with Street Fighter 5, I didn't get too into it, because like I would try to mash the button to get that input out, but then, that fucks me over when getting into another input if I want to do like a super or like a Shoryuken. So Cammy's thing for her trial is so bizarre, because it is... The last 2 buttons is basically a low light punch, but then you have to do a double quarter circle forward, to do her super attack, but her timing for the light punch is like really short. So to get that super out, I'm late. Like I can't do it for some reason, and I'm doing it on the arcade stick. So it's like I'm doing the fucking motion, and it's really tough to do it. But then I'm like looking up videos of people actually doing it, but a lot of them are like you have to be precise and like the second to last input, because like you kind of have to do like a motion buffer on like to get the super out. And I'm just like, I'm not gonna do that. Like. Maybe I might go back to it at some other time, but like, holy shit, like to basically be like, do the motion and then at the second quarter circle before you get to the forward motion, press the light. But it's like you have to be precise with it. It's just like, yeah, that's a little much. So that's why hitboxes are like super useful, because hitboxes you're just using the buttons, because that's where I always fuck up with like the stick is just like. Sometimes when I'm doing the quarter circle forward, I sometimes make the direction upwards rather than forwards. So sometimes I flub up and then the input doesn't come out. So it's like, you give and take with certain things. But Street Fighter overall is pretty fun. And then like I did some online matches with Cammy, and like I was having a good time. And yeah, I just really like playing that game. I was debating literally yesterday if like I should just stream some Street Fighter 6. Or if I should just finish Call of Duty. And I was like, I'll finish Call of Duty. Yeah, fighting games good. What else? I think for stuff that I beat, I've obviously Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2019. Good campaign. I mentioned this like twice during the stream. It is so fucking stupid that this installation size is that huge, and then only for the game to tell me you gotta download more.
Yep.
I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean I have to download more? It was bad, dude. Like I like the first part, I already uploaded the VOD to YouTube, but like I edited the first part of me trying to stream it, and it's just like, no, you gotta download the campaign. I was like, what? It's like it's not on here, and it's like, nope, download the campaign. You gotta also download the special ops thing, because if you don't have the special ops thing, you can't play the campaign. I'm like,
yep.
What? So I had to come back like a couple days afterwards and wait for that shit to download. So that was really stupid. But the campaign overall, I think, is pretty good. So I'll wait till Modern Warfare 2 comes down in price, and I'll probably pick it up for like $20 to $25. Just to play the campaign and then delete that shit off my console. But the biggest thing that I'll have to say, that I finished my GOATY for this year, and there's a lot of GOATYs for me personally, but my GOATY is Final Fantasy 16. I did it. I beat FF16.
Nice.
So I'm curious, Wesley, what did you get ruined on? Spoilers, by the way.
The ending completely.
The complete ending?
Well, not the complete ending, but like what happens to him at the end.
Bro, that sucks.
Yep.
Yeah. That fucking sucks, because that ending is so, like, so strong.
Yep.
But yeah, Final Fantasy 16 is my GOATY. I loved everything about it. I love the music. I love the world. I love the characters. The gameplay was a lot of fun. Yeah. It was really good. I'm just like understating it, but like it was really, really good. God. So what I've been playing, before doing the podcast, I was playing Darksiders 1. That's a good game too. That's a good game. You like Darksiders, right?
Yeah, Darksiders is pretty fun.
What?
It's pretty fun.
Okay. Because I have them, like, I have all of them on my PC. I beat 3, I think, like, last year?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing, is that, like, I barely remember anything from 3. But it wasn't like terrible. It's just like kind of forgettable. But you know, I booted up the first one because I was like, you know what, I kind of want to get all the achievements and stuff like that. So I was playing one, and I'm like, yeah, it's a good game. It's a pretty good game. Yeah, I'm probably gonna play through 1, then 2, and then I'll probably play Genesis just to get that done with, just to see how that is. And yeah, it's like for me, I haven't beaten that many games. These obviously we've been gone for like a good bit, but like I haven't beaten a good amount of games. But I've just been like booting up a bunch of stuff just to see if I kind of click with anything. I'm trying to think. What did I decide to pick back up? Oh, Skate. The first Skate.
Uh-huh.
Man, that's such a weird game, but it's fun though. Cause it's like the inputs to do the tricks, those are just fighting game moves. So if you like those games, you're essentially playing a fighting game. You're fighting against your board. Yeah, Skate's pretty fun. Trying to think. Saints Row, the first one. The original
remastered one?
The original one.
Uh-huh.
It's such a weird game because it's like it's not bad, but it's just like it's an obvious GTA clone. But yeah, I didn't get too far into it. I'm just because like the weird thing is that like this game has a cycle in it of just like complete side missions in order to get more rep, and then if you get more rep, you're able to unlock main missions, and then that's the constant cycle of just doing that. So it's like, yeah, it's makes sense for like early generation games. So, but yeah.
Oh my god, I just got a pencil with Caitlyn and Arium. I'm so sorry. But yeah, continue. Apologies.
Trying to think what else. Oh, for some reason I wanted to boot up Ace Combat because I have Ace Combat 4 through 7.
Yeah.
And do you know anything about Ace Combat?
Not at all.
It is fighter jets. But I always heard how weird Ace Combat is because like the world it's based upon, it's called the world it's called the Strange Reel, and it's essentially like an alternate universe of like kind of like World War II, but if like World War II was like in modern times. It's like really bizarre. But it's just fighter jets and you're fighting against the bad guys. So it's interesting, but I realize that like I'm not good at fighting the jets.
Yeah.
It could be kind of tough because I think I'm playing it on normal, and like even then I'm like having a bit of a learning curve with it because it's just like trying to get the controls down because it's like obviously when you're flying a jet, it's like everything is based on speed.
Yep. And
yeah, that's like the biggest thing that's like really fucking me over is just like how fast I'm going. And sometimes I don't realize how fast I'm going, and then when I try to make a turn, I make it too fast, and like I end up crashing. So it's just like, yeah. But yeah, Ace Combat 4 is the one I'm currently playing, and it's pretty interesting. But I do plan on getting that, which was also part of my week as well. So this is the weird thing. So, do you guys still have your PlayStation 2s or no?
I do, yeah.
Haler?
I think he's in the bathroom. He
oh my god. Did he send a message?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
Podcast ruined. Yeah, he did. Okay, so let me ask you this. So you said you still have yours, right?
Yeah.
Do you still have the original memory cards, or did you buy like third-party ones?
I have one original. Well, they're both Sony.
Both Sony ones?
One's the black square one, the other one's the blue odd looking one.
So do they say Magic Gate on them? I'm pretty sure the blue one should.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to pull it out.
Okay, so anyways, this was a part of my week because I want to play Ace Combat.
No, it just says PlayStation memory card Sony.
Okay, so I booted up Ace Combat on my PS2, and I have
the original one does.
Oh, okay,
the black one.
Okay, so that one has the Sony one.
Yeah.
So I bought third-party memory cards because it's like 128 kilobytes, I think it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The third-party ones. So I'm like, okay, cool, that's a lot of space that I can use. So I didn't know this. Because of Ace Combat, certain PS2 games had this issue.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't call it an issue, but it was like a safety measure for Sony, I guess, where you needed an original memory card in order to play certain games. Ace Combat was one of those games that you cannot play on any third party memory cards, because there was the original memory cards have like an encryption on it. If you have the original, you can see some of them say Magic Gate, and Magic Gate was a program that was like a safety thing that was on the memory card that would allow certain games to actually save on it. So that was a problem I was running into, was that I booted up Ace Combat 4, and then the game would be like, cannot find memory card. And I'm looking at this thing, and I'm like, I have 2 inserted into it. I'm like, why is it not working? So then I'm trying to switch both of them, and it's like, nope, doesn't read it. So I'm looking on forums and shit like that, and it's like, yeah, you need an original memory card for it. So I was like,
that's
fuck.
crazy.
So I was like, fuck. I'm like, all right, how long is Ace Combat? And it's like 4 hours. So I was like, do I really want to just leave my PS2 on and, come back to it and, if I'm not feeling like doing it, leaving it on and stepping away? It's just one of those things where I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. So then I'm looking, I'm like, can I emulate it? And even then, people are like, it has a rough time on emulation because, obviously, of the whole safety encryption stuff. So Ace Combat 4 is really iffy to run on emulation. So I was like, fuck. So I'm looking online, I'm like, I should just buy an original memory card. And that's what I did. I bought an original memory card that was in, I think what was stated in used condition. And it's fine. It looks visually fine, but I don't care if it looks fine. I just care if it works. It works, thankfully. And yep, that was the problem. Just an original memory card. As soon as I slotted that bad boy in, the game was like, all right, found memory card. And I'm like, God damn, man. But yeah, that was part of my week. I was just deciding whether or not I should get an original PS2 memory card. But I'm like, that's so wild. I was like, that's so fucking wild. Yeah. I'm trying to think any other video games I have played or booted up. Steam. Do I have anything on Steam? I downloaded a shit ton of stuff on Steam. Just because it's on my back catalog. Darksiders is one of them. Oh yeah, I re-downloaded Mortal Kombat 11 just to see how that is. That game is still visually impressive. MK11. Power Rangers Battle for the Grid. That's a good ass fucking fighting game. It's unfortunate I'm pretty sure the multiplayer base is gone. Nobody's playing that game.
Yeah.
I booted up Blasphemous. I didn't get that far into it. It's pretty good. KOF 15, pretty good fighting game as well. I did get back into Hollow Knight for a good bit.
Nice.
Only to be kind of pushed away because I was like, man, how far am I in this game? And I'm really not that far, even though I've explored a good amount. I didn't realize that God, I just got the double jump. That's how fucking ridiculous it is of just finding the power-ups and shit like that. And then I looked, I'm like, all right, what does the map actually look like? And I looked at the map, I'm like, oh my God, I don't have all of it. I just have a small chunk of the map. Maybe I might, because I was thinking to myself, I can beeline through Hollow Knight, maybe. And it's nope. This is one of those games where you have to take your sweet ass time with it. And I'm like, yep, But I did fight a good amount of bosses in Hollow Knight just to get through, and yeah, the game is still pretty good, but I think it's, like I said, it's one of those games where I'm just going to take my time with it, come back to it every often, because for some reason I'm just like, I kind of want to play like a Metroid-like game, because it was either Hollow Knight or Blasphemous to continue on, but like I said, I played a little bit of Blasphemous, and Blasphemous is pretty cool. Oh, and I think in the other podcasts, in like one of the other episodes beforehand, I mentioned I played Metroid Fusion? Yeah, I think it was Fusion, the 4th Metroid game, and that was pretty fun. That's why I was like kind of hankering to play another Metroidvania game. Because I was debating whether or not to stream Metroid Dread, but I don't know. I have to think about it because, like I said, there's other games that I want to stream because this fucking year is so crazy with video games.
There's way too many games.
There's way too many games, bro. There's way too many fucking games to keep up with. So yeah, that's for video games. So now I have to figure out what I'm going to play next. I'm debating whether or not I want to boot up Armored Core 6 or Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of in that predicament. Because Armored Core looks so fucking sick. It looks so fucking sick. But Bomb Rush Cyberpunk looks so fucking sick as well. Yeah. It's a rough year. And that's the thing is that like I have to figure out what I want to play because I'm going to stream the Mortal Kombat story mode for MK1.
Yeah.
So there's that. And then fucking Lies of P is also coming out this month. There's just wait.
I don't know what Lies of P is.
The Pinocchio Souls-like game. Pinocchio Souls.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Pinocchio. Trying to think. What else? Yeah, I think that's it for video games. For stuff that I watched, Baki, obviously. I watched a shit ton of movies because I didn't beat that many video games, but I watched a shit ton of movies.
Like you said, movies. It reminded me of a movie I literally saw 2 days ago.
Oh no! Did you watch Barbieheimer?
No.
Oh, okay.
I saw something worse.
Oh Christ! Do you remember what it is?
Yes.
What is it?
I saw Cocaine Bear.
Oh fuck!
Dude, that movie's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's on the equivalent of Zombieverse, stupid.
Oh Christ! All right. What did I watch? I don't know if I mentioned it. I think it was the first movie I watched, but I watched Kill Bill 2.
Mm-hmm.
Good movie. I like that movie. It's a good movie. I watched Promising Young Woman with my cousin. Highly recommend that movie. I watched it on Freevee, funny enough. It's very, very good. I really enjoyed it. Another movie I enjoyed was They Cloned Tyrone on Netflix. It's with John Boyega, Jamie Foxx. Yeah, those are the big names in it. But like, it's good. It's really enjoyable. There's a lot of style to it. The only thing I have is like, there's a couple of elements that I feel like it's missing, and I feel like the movie could have worked as like a show instead.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. But overall, I enjoyed my time with it. I watched the movie The Big Short. So, if you don't know what this is, I heard about this movie and I'm like, okay. It's about the economic crash of 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Of the housing market. So, the movie knows that the people who are watching don't know jack shit about the housing market. And it does a pretty good job of like explaining of how like stocks and like how mortgages work and like certain things in the housing market of like how to basically work the system essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So it does try to explain a good amount of that. But there were moments where like I was a little confused because it's hard to keep up with certain acronyms of like certain marketing or certain business like lingo. But for the most part, it's like the movie is based in New York and it revolves around like three different financial companies that all have to do with like housing.
Mhm.
One company is with like Steve Carell, and Steve Carell, his group is trying to buy like some mortgages and stuff like that to like get the housing market up, but they kind of realize each of these companies realize that like there's something up with the housing market, and they realize that like within a year the housing market is going to crash. So the movie kind of leads the audience in the way of like understanding of like how we got to this point of like what exactly is happening. And on top of that, the people that we're following are not the heroes of this story. These are all people who are based on real people that like got financial gain with the crash of the market, which is the insane part of like, while other people were losing their homes, these people benefited off them losing their homes.
Mhm.
So there was an interesting point of where they talked about like, I think the acronym is called CDOs, but the whole gist of it is like they're essentially like really shitty bets on the market. If I'm getting this right, I don't remember. But they try to explain that like everything in like that kind of like area of business shit of the housing market is all a gamble.
Yeah.
But while the gambling is happening, you can have other gambling bets against that gambling bet, and it just like is an increase of different gambling bets. And that's what fucked up the market. Yeah, that's what fucked up the market. It's just people gambling with the bet of like this housing market of whether or not it's going to crash or it's going to do well. So it's like, and the problem is that the government knew about this but didn't do a single fucking thing. So that's why there were cases of people buying up houses in areas that shouldn't have any houses at all. So there was a part in the movie where they go check out like this area that's supposedly like the houses are supposed to be in like a tier, because each house has like a tier in it. There's like AAA houses, AA, B, and then just everything else below B or below A is all shit. What they essentially describe on. So Steve Carell's team are told that like this area in Florida has AAA housing, but for some reason there's something weird about it. So they go check out the area, and essentially the whole neighborhood is abandoned, or people are selling. So, you know, they're trying to piece everything together of like, what the fuck is happening? And when you really get down to it, it's just like a lot of people were signing up for mortgages and stuff like that, but not giving enough credentials, and then, or giving fake names and renting these places out, and the renters would get the shit end of the stick of it, where it's just like, oh, did my landlord pay for the house that I'm living in? Nope. So that's why a majority of those people went homeless. It's just like because of their landlord not paying, it ended up fucking up the market, and even like falsifying names, that as well. And like the whole explanation of what a short is essentially a buyout.
Yeah.
If I'm getting it correctly. It's like, that's why I'm talking about the whole gambling thing. It's just like these different companies buying out like the stocks of like the mortgages, and just like, yeah, it's just like this whole wild thing of like trying to explain it now is a little hard for me, because like obviously I got a little confused with the terminology. But like if you watch the movie, it does a pretty good job of explaining of like how everything got fucked. And that's why a lot of these guys that did financially well during that period are not the good guys. Just like these people do suck in their own way because they knew about this. They knew, but that's what's the other issue, is that like some of them knew, went to like reporters and like government people and were like, you know what you're doing is fucked up. And even the government was just like, yeah, we know. But
I
it's
don't
not,
care.
yeah, but it's not going to change a single thing.
Yeah.
And I was just like, holy shit. Like, it was so fucking bad. And that's why it led to the whole thing of, like, the banks being bailed out, which was the thing that was horrible. Because even then, the movie makes fun of that as well, where it's just like, you know, banks... Because, like, there's a whole, like, meta thing with Ryan Gosling in there, where he's one of the characters, but he does, like, a fourth wall breaking thing, where he talks to the audience, and he's like, now... the banks knew about this, and it's like, what did you think happened to the banks afterwards? And he's like, that's right, the banks ended up paying for everybody's loss, and then they all went to jail and this and that. And he's like, no, that didn't happen. The government actually bailed out the banks. And it's like, yeah. I was like, holy shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's a wild movie to watch. Even with like somewhat of understanding of the housing market crash, it is a really interesting movie to watch. Haler, I don't know if you came back when I was explaining, but yeah, The Big Short I watched.
Oh
God, I dropped my phone.
is that new?
It came out like in 20 something, in the 20 teens.
I think I watched it before.
It's about the 2008 housing crash.
Mhm.
Steve Carell's in it.
Yeah, I heard like your rundown of it. I just I don't remember it off the top of my head if I saw it or not.
It's okay. I was trying to explain it to Wesley because like I know nothing of the housing market or Wall Street in general, but the movie tries to explain like a good amount of it, of like what exactly happened, and it does a pretty good job.
No, it sounds gross. That's what it sounded like.
It was really bad, dude, because it's just like people knew, but it's just like the economy was doing so bad that like they just didn't care. It's just wild. But yeah. Oh, and that's also the other thing, is that like the government did something about those CDOs, the thing that I was talking about, but the banks ended up doing some shady shit where they just renamed CDOs something else, and it's still the same concept of what those things are. Like, and those things still exist to this day. So the movie basically warns you, just like, if you try to go to the bank for like any housing stuff and they explain this specific thing, do not do it. It's like, oh fuck, like it's still a problem now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was wild. But yeah, besides the economy, what else did I watch? I rewatched the first Fast and Furious movie.
Dude, I can't watch that movie again.
The first one?
Yeah.
Why?
Jesse. Literally just for him, I can't rewatch it.
The guy that has ADD?
Yeah. Like, just everything that happens with him, it's just, I can't.
Oh, you like that character? I thought you hated it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I like
okay.
He's nice.
Yeah, okay. I thought you'd be like, I hated that character. I was about to be like, well, Wesley, he's dead.
No, Jesse's a loved character.
Anyway, so I rewatched Fast and Furious, the first one. The 5 of them are on Netflix, so I was like, fuck it, I'll try to watch a good amount of them. I know 3 because 3 is my favorite one, Tokyo Drift.
Okay.
But I remember watching the first one like maybe like once, and I don't remember it. I know a lot of people were pointing out that like the first one is basically the movie Point Break, but with cars. If you don't know what Point Break is essentially Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze, where Keanu Reeves is like a cop, and he goes undercover to stop Patrick Swayze and his like weird adrenaline junkie heistmen. But yeah, the first movie is pretty good. Like, it's actually pretty good. The first Fast and Furious.
It is.
Yeah, no complaints. The only thing that I found a little goofy was that the fact that, like, the cops were worried that the truckers were going to take justice into their own hands.
Oh.
I thought that was the funniest shit where the cop was like, we gotta stop them or not, the truckers are going to take things into their own hands. It's just like, it is true, they did. I mean, that one trucker did, fucking pulling out a shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I enjoyed the first Fast and Furious, and the music's pretty good. But the other thing I wanted to mention is just like a lot of Ja Rule in it.
Oh, shit, okay.
Yeah, Ja Rule. So I'm probably gonna watch Too Fast, Too Furious, which is still a pretty good
That
title.
one, that one's one of my favorite movies. Besides, I think 5.
Fast Five.
Yeah, with when they're in Brazil and they steal the safe.
Don't ruin it.
That's
Yeah, but yeah, I'll probably go through a good amount because like I watched all the Rocky movies besides Creed, but I'm like I kind of want to do that of like getting into like a rabbit hole of a series, and essentially Fast and Furious was like the one up next.
Yeah.
So yeah, after Fast and Furious, I watched. Oh, I started watching a movie. Well, no, I didn't even start it. I finished it. Do you guys remember a movie called The Report? This was like advertised on Amazon Prime for like a good bit. It's a movie with
Nope.
Adam Driver, Kylo Ren. The Report is interesting. I don't know why I'm watching a lot of movies about the government, but essentially the movie is about the tortures that happened after 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really eye-opening for a lot of reasons of just like obviously the government gonna do shady shit. It will never stop the government. But the whole thing is that like Adam Driver's character is a he's a guy that works under one of the senators, Feinstein. And basically he was tasked into finding the reports about the I guess like certain CIA agents and stuff like that, because like for some reason there were reports missing and they were trying to figure out of like where the reports went or like what happened in the reports. So Adam Driver basically looks at all the reports and stuff like that, and he realizes that like the CIA was doing really shady shit after 9/11, where they were torturing people. They were torturing people that like either had little to no connection with the terrorist group, or like they were just creating like false narratives and shit like that. So the whole movie just is like really interesting because obviously Adam Driver's character is based off a real person that had to come out, and the report is out there. Like you can read the report that he made. But it's just fascinating at the fact that like the government will always be shady for forever. But the thing that fascinated me the most was the fact that the experts that they brought in for the torture shit had no science to back up the reasoning for the torture. They would make false like narratives as to like the scientific analysis of the torture that they were about to do, but it had no scientific backing. So there were all these legalese type things of like it's not technically torture if their internal organs are destroyed or not. So it's like you can bruise them, you can waterboard them, but as long as they don't die, you're good.
That's so stupid.
That's the thing that was just like wild. I was just like, oh, that's why they got away with that. But up until a prisoner actually died.
Yeah.
So the CIA covered that up until Adam Driver's character found out about them, being like, why did they cover it up? And essentially you had the CIA like coming at Adam Driver's character, and they're like, yeah, like we made mistakes in the past, but like it was for the greater good. So it's like one of these things of like it's not even a damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. It's like one of these things where it's like, oh God, how do I explain that in the best way possible? It's like, okay,
like the lesser of two evils in a sense.
In a sense, yes. But like, let me give an example. It's like if I were to ask, if I were to ask somebody, hey, can you watch this birdhouse I left outside? Okay.
Mhm.
And make sure like no like squirrels or any other rodents get into it. All right.
Yeah.
But, you know, I tell the person, hey, do what you can to make sure those squirrels and shit don't get into the thing.
Mhm.
I come back and there's millions of bodies of dead squirrels like all around. And I go to that person and I'm like, hey, I didn't ask you to kill the squirrels. But they're like, yeah, but you asked me to protect this birdhouse and you can see that this birdhouse is perfectly fine. So I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah.
So it's one of
You
those.
didn't say don't kill the squirrels.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. That's the thing that was insane. Of just like, if we didn't commit these acts of torture, there would have been a possibility of another bomb. But it's like, but you don't know that. So it's like, what are you talking about? Like, you're gonna continue the torture? Because the guy didn't give you the right information? And if you get lucky, essentially, you're being like, all right, that wipes our hands clean. You know, we got it out of the guy. We saved the day because we're the good guys. And it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, holy shit. So there's a whole thing I like towards like the middle point of the movie where they try to make Adam Driver look crazy, essentially, because they're like, oh, he's crazy because he's coming out with these reports and saying these things about the CIA and essentially try to discredit him. So he actually had to come out to the New York Times, or like, no, I think it was the Washington Post, and basically be like, hey, the CIA is hiding this shit. And like the CIA is saying that I hacked into their mainframe and got all this information out, and in reality he's like, I barely know how to work Microsoft Word. He's like, how the hell am I going to hack into the CIA mainframe, the most secure network in the world? So it's just like this whole wild thing of like, it kind of like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Yeah, I would recommend watching that movie because it's like interesting. Of like, they have this whole back and forth thing of Adam Driver like finding these files and stuff like that of the CIA, of like what they conducted during that period, and then the CIA agents being like, this guy's not giving us the right information, he keeps saying the same shit. All right, he's saying the same shit, let's switch up the torture until he tells us the truth. And it's like, but what do you know is the truth? Because then if somebody gives you a different result and then you go find it and it's not the result you wanted, then you continue the torture. So it's like, it's this constant cycle of just repeating the same shit over again. But then you had those people who are the experts giving false bullshit. Yeah, it's a wild fucking movie. The Report.
The Report.
The Report.
What is this on?
It's on Amazon Prime.
Alright. I'm probably gonna watch it.
Yeah, I recommend it. And the last thing that I watched, I watched Tropic Thunder, but with the DVD commentaries on.
I did see your comment.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Oh my god, it is... Robert Downey Jr. is a fucking treasure. Oh my fucking god, he is hilarious.
Yeah.
He's so fucking good. Within like the first like 20 minutes, he's just cracking jokes. And like Jack Black and Ben Stiller are just like, it's like a fucking riot. It's so funny because like in the beginning of it, like Jack Black comes in late and he has to apologize to Ben Stiller and Robert Downey Jr. And Jack Black is like, sorry, like this was a time where he just had a kid. So, and this was like this was like a couple months after Kung Fu Panda like as well, the first one. So Jack Black comes in and he's like, yeah, I'm so sorry guys, having the baby and stuff like that. And the first thing, well, not the first, but like the thing that Robert Downey Jr. is like, he interrupts Jack Black and he's like, look, Jack, miss me with that shit.
Wait, in character?
In character. So that's
my god.
So this was the thing I was listening about the commentary. This is why I wanted to watch it, is because Robert Downey Jr. is just Lincoln Osiris for like the most part of that DVD commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Because is that the name of his character?
Yeah, Sergeant Lincoln Osiris.
Holy shit! I've never fucking paid attention.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, congrats, gentlemen. But he's at. But that's the joke, is that even in the movie he even says that he's like, I don't drop character until the DVD commentary.
Right.
So that's why it was crazy hearing that, because he commits to the bit literally towards like the last like 15 minutes of the movie. So it's like this wild shit where it's just like Robert Downey Jr. is such a riot, and like he just talks about how like fucking handsome like Ben Stiller is, and he's like he talks about his muscles. He's like, you got jacked. It's like for no, like it's just the wildest shit. And it's so fucking funny. But as soon as he said, "Look, Jack, miss me with that shit," it's just like it was the funniest fucking thing in the world. But then like Jack Black is like, "Yeah, I got food I ordered. It's like it should be coming here soon," and Robert Downey Jr. is just like, Jack, you can give me some French fries, right? Like, and Jack Black's like, yeah, sure, I'll give you some French fries. So then they get the food, and like they're supposed to be talking about the movie, but it's just Robert Downey Jr. asking Jack Black where are the French fries. It's like the stupidest shit. It is so enjoyable. If you have the DVD of Tropic Thunder,
ooh,
I highly, highly recommend it.
I do not have that, but
that's an oop.
Yeah, because that's the thing, is that like Tropic Thunder was on Amazon Prime, but that's the thing that sucks, is that like the digital versions of movies don't have the commentary, so it's just like, you miss out on that. And that is such a fucking great DVD commentary. It was hilarious. It was so fucking good, to the point where I'm just like, maybe I should check out DVD commentaries for shit that I have. Yeah, fucking just a riot. Robert Downey Jr. is fucking phenomenal. Just great. And yeah, stuff that I'm still watching. I'm still watching Ultraman. I started watching Passion of the Christ.
No.
I didn't get that far. But Jesus, though.
But Jesus.
But Jesus.
But Jesus.
Jesus. Jesus.
It was.
It's so stupid. It's such a dumb joke, but it's funny as fuck.
It's funny because like I was talking to like a friend of mine, because he went to Catholic school. So I just mentioned to him, I'm like, hey, like, because we talk about movies sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, I just mentioned to him offhand, I'm watching Passion of the Christ. I'm like, it's not that bad. It's actually kind of alright. He's like, did you finish it? I'm like, no, I didn't get that far. He's like, man, Passion of the Christ. He's like, yeah, every Easter they would make us watch it. And I'm like, wait, how old were you when you watched it? He was like, I was like in the 6th grade. I was like, oh. And I just started laughing. And he's like, what? And I'm like,
wait, every Easter?
Well, like, yeah, every Easter.
Really? That's, I guess, like, I don't know, man.
You don't know about the Jesus and Easter? No. It's the day where Jesus fought the Easter Bunny. Don't you know?
No, I have a really weird, like, story tied to that movie, like, literally specifically that movie.
It was Easter or some other, because this is how good I am with religion. But, but anyways, like, I started to giggle and started to laugh, and he just asked me, like, what? And I just started laughing at the fact that, like, people forced like these young children to watch Jesus get crucified, and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? It's like, I get it for like religious purposes, but I'm just like, telling it like a fucking like 12-year-old kid, so you're gonna sit down and watch Jesus die for our sins, and I'm like, fucking hell, that's metal as fuck. But yeah, watching the movie is pretty interesting, but I'm gonna be a little blasphemous here. Jesus comes off as crazy.
Oh my god.
No, really?
In this movie, Jesus comes off as fucking nuts. Cause like he just tells premonitions and shit to the point where like people are like, what are you talking about? Just like and like people ask him, like, oh, so you're a king? Like you're a king of your God? Of your people? And like his people were like, nah, he's a blasphemer. And Jesus looks at them and he's like, it's essentially gonna be like, you're gonna die in 7 days. Like,
Oh shit, they got ringed, bro.
yeah, essentially that's what it felt like. Like Jesus is essentially what's the girl's name from The Ring? Fucking hell.
The ring.
Yeah, the ring girl.
The ring.
Oh my god, like it's so wild.
She is the ring.
Oh my god, God. Sorry, great grandma, but like Jesus, like Jesus Christ, Jesus, you gotta cool it with that shit. I'm just telling people that like I know how this is gonna end while Jesus is locked up and beaten. he just goes off in like a whole rant, and then I'm like, just prove you have powers, like just prove it. And he's like, no, they will never see my powers. And it's like, what are you doing, Jesus? Just show them you can do some crazy ass shit. Oh,
Jesus,
man.
show them the Jesus.
Jesus, show them that shit.
Jesus, why won't you just show them Jesus?
But yeah, Passion of the Christ is such a interesting movie because, like, obviously I wanted to know a little bit more about Mel Gibson's directing. Because I do like Apocalypto. I really do like that movie. But it is a movie that takes things into a very fantastical realm. And if you know anything about, what is it, the New Testament that they're going off of? This is how much I know about religion. Again,
that one, I have no idea.
I have no idea, but like it's going, I would assume by that version of just like, these are the things that happen and how do we represent that in a movie way? It's got to be fantastical. So it's like Jesus having a monologue fight with the devil in a forest. It's just like one of the craziest things I've seen at the beginning of a movie where I'm like, who is this weird bald guy I'm supposed to know? And I look
like
at
the way you're explaining it, by the way. 'Cause
Yeah.
I did not take it that way when I'm watching it.
So it's like, I'm like, who is this? And then, Amazon has those things where it's like, oh, credit character,
Yeah.
Jim Caviezel is
Yeah,
Jesus.
The X-ray.
Yeah.
The X-ray.
So it's like this guy as Lucifer. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's the devil. All right, got it. And then Jesus stomps on the head of a snake. And I'm like, wait, doesn't God teach us that we should love all creatures? Why is Jesus stomping a snake?
Because he knew it was the yup.
He knew it was the devil. But there's also a really nice thing that they have in the movie where it shows that Jesus was just a regular dude before he went crazy. Just to simply explain it. That, his mother is having like a memory of them together where he's like making a table. And, they're just interacting with one another,
He makes a table. Burn the witch!
Yeah, no, because like that's the funny thing is that like his mom is just like, because of how the table is a little higher up, his mom's like, oh, are they gonna be eating standing up? And he's like, no, they're gonna be making high chairs and this and that. Like they're just talking. I'm like, oh, that's a really nice thing to have of Jesus and his mother like talking. But then, like I said, there's the moment where the Romans are like, are you the one they call Jesus? And he's like, maybe. You gonna do something about it? And they're like, nah, you crazy. Get out of here. So it's like, I don't know. I haven't finished it, but like, it's interesting. It's interesting for the most part. It's piqued my curiosity as a movie watcher. But after I watch this, I have to watch The Last Temptation of Christ, which is Martin Scorsese's Jesus movie where Willem Dafoe is Jesus.
Oh my
Jesus.
God.
And I think Harvey Keitel is Judas. I think. But yeah, Willem Dafoe is Jesus, so I gotta watch that. Yeah, how it be. But yeah, shout out to Big J Man.
Big J, man.
Oh fuck, dude. It's a wild fucking thing. But yeah, that's the shit I watched and the shit that I played. Damn, man. All right, I gotta use the bathroom, so I guess I'll be right back.
And intermission part 2.
Intermission part
This is
2.
like the fourth one.
Yeah. All right, be right back.
All right.
All right, we're back. We're here
Again.
So you guys like figures? Oh shit.
I like figure skate now.
All right, fair enough. I'm gonna say, I know we're going back to the whole figure talk, but like I know I was going in a preamble, but like, do you guys collect anything else besides figures and besides video games? I guess.
No, I wouldn't even say I collect video games.
You collect all the video games. What are you talking about?
I mean, I own video games, but I definitely don't collect them.
Fair enough.
It's like, I guess that's a weird way to put it, because I feel like collecting something is more to like hold on and show off versus like actually like use.
Using it. Yeah, I get
Although
it.
you could be a collector of video games and play video games, so like I don't know. No, I don't collect anything. Kind of magic cards, but not really. Because I would feel like, again, I feel like collecting would mean like I go out and hunt for things, and I honestly just hold on to them because I like to be able to play with the old ones.
Okay. That's fair. Because I wanted to get into like retro collecting, but obviously I wanted to play the stuff that I collected. But unfortunately the place that I went to often shut down. So I have nowhere else to go. Unless I want to go to the city that badly, but that's the thing, is I don't really need to go that badly.
I mean, if you're trying to do like retro stuff, I should try to go to. I'll put in the Discord real quick. Hold on.
You can put it in Discord.
Um,
I mean, sometimes I go on eBay just to like see if people are selling the things that I want. Oh, I see your Funko Pops, Wesley.
Oop.
Oh, that's cute. The heartless soldier.
Yeah.
That's very cute, Wesley.
What's the one in the pink box?
it's Nezuko,
Who?
Demon Slayer.
Come on, man, get your shit
Did
straight.
you say Barbie?
Yeah,
Is that-
100%.
Is that Oppenheimer?
I knew it.
Is that-
The Oppenheimer himself.
What's the one below?
Barbenheimer.
What's the one below Nezuko?
Oh, that's my it's fucking Zoro that I got from Comic-Con last year.
Oh, okay. Oh, funny enough, the case that you have, Wesley, the plastic thing, is the one that I have, but just in black.
Nice.
That's why I'd rather get like a bookcase to have more solid. Feels more solid.
Yeah, this is literally just temp shelving because, yeah, I don't really want to put holes in the walls.
Okay. Oh, I see. I see what place you're talking about. Oh, want to
Yeah.
check that out?
They have like literally what he has, but neater, not to be mean.
No,
Neater, it's
that's yeah, that's not a way of putting it. Mean wise, because that is the truth. Oh yes, figures.
yeah.
Are they sale or are they just like for?
No, you could take them.
Oh really?
Yeah.
It's not like that time when we went to the city and they were like, "No, this is just for display." It's
Nah,
like, why they have prices on them?
Yeah, you could actually buy them.
Cool, but like these are just open box, right? Like the figures, like you can just.
From what I know, is just what I saw there at face value, so it's probably.
Okay.
But like they literally have like anything like Sega Genesis, Nintendo 64,
Super Nintendo's.
like
Uh-huh.
yeah, like the games for all of them, accessories for everything. Like they even have a memory card for the N64 that I was gonna get. And like literally like a bunch of other stuff.
You know,
It's cool too because like they do what is it, like local creators stuff too, like if you're making pins, stickers or whatnot.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they do have a website. Shit, now I'm about to check this out. Alright, I gotta put the phone to the side or not. I'm just gonna keep looking at the stuff. That's cool. Yeah, because I was looking at the display case and they had like PS1 games. I'm like, oh shit, like fucking Resident Evil 1 original and case for like 20 something bucks, and I was like, that's not bad.
Yeah, like they have what would assume all the cases to the games that they have.
Shit, they got Gundams?
Yeah.
Bro, okay, so this is the other thing. Talking about like figure collecting, I don't know why I want to get into Gundams, but they cost so much, depending which one you get. But like, because I got the Dragon Ball. Well, they're not Gundams, but they're like kits of like where you can make the Dragon Ball characters. So I have Frieza and I have Goku. I was in the middle of building Frieza, but I just never finished. But I was like, it was pretty fun the time that I was having with it. It was just like building it. But yeah, I know Gundams is a whole other fucking hole.
Cool as fuck, man.
They are,
I used to like those back in the day.
but there's just a hole to get into, and it's just like, I don't know if I have such a commitment to that, because already with the amount of figures and shit that I have. So
Yeah, like whatchamacallit. I like, so back in the day I used to get like Bionicles and stuff like that, right?
yeah.
So like I used to tinker with like literally almost anything I could possibly get my hands on, like Bionicle. If I needed to fix a bike, I'd fix a bike and stuff like that. So recently, my cousin, I don't know who got it from, if he got it from himself or whatnot, got a Legos Porsche set. And I'm like, oh my god, I really want to get into Legos, but it's just a pit of money.
Yeah, it is. It sucks because like I do like Legos too, but it's just like some of the Lego kits are like ridiculously expensive.
They're all expensive
Yeah.
at this point. I would say like most of them are 100 above.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I was looking at the like Horizon Zero Dawn one where I was like, oh, the long neck. I was like, that looks really cool. And I looked at the price. I'm like, oh fuck, like holy shit. I think it was like 100 and something for it. I forget how much, but I think the price has gone down for it. I think last time I saw it was like $80, but still
Yeah.
sucks. Oh damn, you can't buy anything on the website. They just tell you can buy stuff.
Yeah, and you gotta like all one person.
Damn.
It's cool though because you could like sell your stuff there too, and if you wanted to.
You ready for news articles, boyo?
Yeah, sorry. All right, Wesley, do you want to come with me to that shop one day so you can show me around? Because I would be scared. Because
All the nerd stuff happening.
that's cool. I'll keep that place in mind. Yeah, let's get into the news. Let's talk about the biggest thing that has happened. The biggest thing.
Bottom, right?
Yeah, bottom. Well, they're kind of all out of order. So,
I mean, if we just go, oh yeah, whatever.
all right. I guess we'll go with the bottom one first. But tragic news, just sadness, just things that shows that everything is wrong in the world, or maybe right. But Charles Martinet will no longer voice Mario and other Mario characters.
Talked about this before, by the way.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
We talked about this is so this news came up again for some reason. Like it was like head page at like IGN for some reason. It's the same stuff. Like it's the same thing still happening, but
So this
I don't know why it's reawakened basically.
Well, I think it was rumored because of the fact that Mario Wonder had a different like somebody's pointed out that like the voice sounded different.
Yeah, it might have been rumored at first, and now it's just.
So now it's confirmed. So that's why this thing is kind of out of order, because it basically updates that Mr. Martinet will be the Mario ambassador. So originally he didn't know what the fuck that meant, but there has been more clarification as to like what that actually means, and basically it's just him being like, yeah, if I get to go around the world at like conventions and stuff like that, I basically hang out with the fans. Essentially the same thing that he was doing beforehand. But who knows whether or not this will be like a actual thing that he is paid for by Nintendo, which I would assume, hopefully, yes.
It sounds like he's gonna be paid for it.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's he wants to do other stuff, obviously. Which is obviously the biggest thing for a lot of voice actors. Funny enough, I actually forgot that he was in Dragon Ball Superhero as one of the characters, Magenta. And I didn't realize it was him. That's how good he is as a voice actor. But yeah, goodbye, Mario. I will miss you. So, but yeah, the whole thing with Super Mario Wonder is I think who are the confirmed characters? Luigi, Mario, Wario. I think that's it. But well, I mean there are others obviously, but like those characters that were originally played by Charles are voiced by different people, and even then there's slight variations, but overall everybody's like whole consensus is like they still sound the same. Like people's impression of Mario have gotten better over the years, so it's not really anything that's going to be too noticeable.
Right.
So yeah, Charles Martinet is the Mario ambassador. Moving on, so we can get away from the Charles stuff. You guys like the PSP?
No. Wait, yes. Not the new one.
Okay. Think about your answer.
Yeah.
Well, Wesley, do you like the PSP? Were you a fan of the Vita?
Yeah, the Vita was alright. I lacked in the library.
It did, unfortunately. Well, yeah, unfortunately for us, it stopped, but in Japan, it's still going strong.
Yeah,
Wow,
I don't blame it.
Yeah, it's wild. Like the Vita library is huge in Japan, obviously, but like there's still games coming out for it. But anyways, who cares about the Vita when you got the PlayStation Portal, not portable, Portal. So you guys remember this? This was announced, I think, when was it? One of the game presentations? I forget which one. I think it was Sony Direct, now that I think of it. I forget. Yeah, this thing was announced like way before. Even then there was like a diagram of like how this thing was supposed to be laid out, and people thought this was going to be like the next portable like console thing. No, it's just a remote device kind of. So the PlayStation Portal in this like tweet by Tom Warren basically shows this thing kind of not great. So this thing does not have Bluetooth. You have to buy the earbuds. Do you remember that this was shown that there's like PlayStation earbuds now? Those are the only things that are able to link to this thing. There's no local play. There's no media playback. There's no PS5 cloud streaming. And the battery life is the same battery life as a DualSense controller.
Yep. Which, depending if it's fully charged, you probably got like 4 to 6 hours.
Yeah. So, and yeah, this thing only works over like the streaming service of like Sony. So that shit sucks. I haven't seen too much of like actual use of this thing. I haven't really looked into it, but like so far this thing is like not really capturing my interest.
So it's just the money, like attempt.
Well,
to
you
money
saw like all the shit of no Bluetooth and all that.
Yeah, but the other thing is that like the price for it is like $200, so it's like
3.
Is it 3?
Right?
I thought it was
think
2.
It's $2.99.
Is it $2.99?
Is it $1.99?
It's $1.99.
Either way, it's still bad.
It's $1.99, bro.
Oh, I don't know why in my head I was just like, that's just $300.
Like even in the tweet, it says $1.99. Like I'm looking at it right now.
I still don't think it's worth I still don't think it's a controller with a screen.
But yeah, it launches in November. And yeah, it's just like not good. It's not good. I don't see who this is for, to be honest. It's so weird. But I know I'm not buying it. I don't know if you guys are gonna buy it.
Good.
Okay, you're good.
I'd rather buy the Switch for like the 17th time.
Well, Wesley, since you say that, did you know the Switch 2 is a thing?
Yeah.
I'm going all around the news. Sorry, Haler. All right.
I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah, so we got this VGC article. According to sources, Nintendo showed Switch 2 demos at Gamescom. So behind the doors, Nintendo showed off their new hardware, basically being up to par with the current console generation, by showing a improved version of Breath of the Wild running at a higher frame rate and resolution. There was also a demo of the Matrix Awaken tech demo for Unreal Engine 5 that was running on that console, that hardware. But it's not anything too crazy. According to the source, it's not beyond powerful of a PS5 or Xbox, but it is like getting there. It's also saying that this thing was running NVIDIA's DLSS. So if you don't know what that is essentially it's AI upscaling for certain games, so it's able to maintain its frame rate while looking visually good. But there's also been talks about how this thing is gonna try to do the same thing as like what the Switch has been doing for a while, where undocked it runs at a certain resolution, and then docked it will run at like 4K. So the plan is this thing to be what is it, like 1080p undocked and then 4K docked. But Nintendo is possibly looking at 2024 as its release date. When in 2024? Probably late 2024. But right now Nintendo's trying to milk as much as they can out of Nintendo because that Mario console just came out. The red OLED Switch just came out, so like they're going to try to milk as much money as they can. Yeah, get excited for the Switch 2. The new Switch.
I have a feeling they're gonna call it that, right?
They're going to call it something fucking dumb. Don't worry. But speaking on Nintendo, you know what fucking sucks?
Mario going away.
Yes, Mario going away. But besides Mario going away, you know what else sucks?
No, tell us.
Luigi leaving. Is he leaving too?
I'm leading to Denuvo being security on Switch to
Oh yeah.
to basically stop piracy and emulation. So Nintendo has now partnered up with Denuvo to be middleware for stopping emulation. So this has always been Nintendo's thing. They always dislike the fact that people are emulating games. Obviously, we had a story beforehand with Gary Bowser. Wesley, you weren't here for this. Like, this was a story about this guy being jailed and sued by Nintendo for like, what is it? I think more than $1 million. Because he was running like a hacker group that was emulating and selling 3DS games. So he still has like a fine to pay, and also he's serving like 2 years in jail. Originally he was going to serve 5, but now it's 2. And I think he said 2. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about the amount of time, but regardless. Yeah, for those that don't know, Denuvo fucking sucks. You know how much it sucks? Fucking Doom Eternal had Denuvo on it on the PC version, and it was so bad that Bethesda had to come out and be like, yeah, we're taking out Denuvo. They had to patch Denuvo out. That's how bad it was, because it was fucking up people's rigs, like, a lot. Like, it was fucking up performance.
This was a while ago now.
This was like a while ago.
Yeah. I think we actually talked about that a while ago. I don't remember it in detail, but I do remember talking about it.
So the whole thing is that like Denuvo is going to be working with Nintendo to put their their code into Nintendo games in order to stop people from basically taking the ROM and emulating it, because even then Switch emulation is currently a thing, and it's actually pretty good from what I've seen. Because I've seen people run like Breath of the Wild at like 60 frames per second, and like it looks pretty good. But like I said, Nintendo has always been a fucking stickler when it comes to emulation. They always been anti-emulation for the longest period. So I guess we'll wait until a de novo Nintendo game comes out and it runs like shit on the new Switch 2. On the new Switch. So yeah. But what is even more funnier is the tweet that de novo sent out about, like, you see this like picture that they have, right? From Wario64's post. Look at the picture. Just please take a look at it.
Yeah, I gotta scroll. Why can I not find the scrolling wheel thing? Hold on.
Wesley, oh wait, you're not on the Discord thing.
What do you mean?
I was about to say, just take a look at the link for the de novo thing.
I'd have to find it. Oh, there's an update for Discord. Son of a biscuit.
Oh, Wesley. Haler, have you found it?
There it is. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
There's
like
a bunch.
Breath of the Wild now.
Okay. So this is the thing that de novo sent out. This is official from de novo.
Yeah.
Look closely.
Oh, it looks like Durex or Duralex or whatever for condoms.
This is AI generated. Look at one of the tweets below it. They basically AI generated this banner. Because it looks so bad.
It doesn't look bad. Does it?
Bro, just scroll down.
I mean, the characters are definitely not.
It's not Link, it's Lunk and Loink.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it doesn't bother me.
It bothers me.
Why?
Because it looks bad.
It's literally just a piece of information. It has nothing to do with, like.
But still, they want to convey artistry, and it's like, why are there two? If it's supposed to be Link, why are there two Links? And
There's
why?
a difference here. You're an artist. So I think it hits you a little bit different than it hits.
I just hate AI shit. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
it's
also
gross.
sucks.
Because it's like
just getting ruled out when AIs take over.
so dumb. Because people will be like, "I'm an artist. Look at this," and it's like the most shitty fucking.
I don't
thing.
think anyone's ever gonna say they're an artist and then
you'd be
off.
surprised on fucking art Twitter. It is a fucking mess. Because people are legitimately trying to sell artwork generated by AI.
I'm trying to think, because this has been a problem before, though.
It's not really, no. Until AI...
No, not this specifically, but, like, things like this over time where people are able to, like, generate different things through different ways and just copy other people.
Like the thing as using AI as a tool is like, because I've seen this for like a couple artists using AI as a tool, being like, okay, let's try to convey like an idea and then actually draw the fucking thing. But then like you have people that are like, look, I'm selling this artwork or I'm on commissions for like this amount of money. Check out my artwork. And then you see the thing. And I'm like, it looks AI generated. And then people point out that like, yeah, you AI generated this shit. Like it looks awful. It looks so bad. And then it's like this thing with de novo where it's like you couldn't hire an artist or ask Nintendo, hey, can we just use Breath of the Wild as a picture?
I mean, every company wants to get into the AI art, like, or I would say at least there's a good amount of companies that want to get into it. Because, you know, you've already read a few articles about it. So, I mean, like, do I think it's a good thing? No. Do I think it's going to stick? No, I don't think AR art is gonna stick in like anything. I think once it gets maybe more developed and it actually can like produce like the shit you actually want it to give you, like more specifically, like more detail, blah blah, whatever, detailed of everything. They'll probably be able to produce like exactly what you want. But where's that now for sure? Like, it's like what's the Nick Fury thing?
Secret Invasion.
Yeah, everyone hated the opening. I agree, it's very bad. So I mean, it's just gonna take time before it like settles and actually becomes a real thing that people are gonna use it for everything. But with that said, like this is kind of just how like uh
Well, I'm just pointing it out because of the fact that it is just dumb. At the fact that like,
yeah, they could have easily paid
it's
somebody
yeah,
else.
it's just an AI generated image to establish the fact that we have partnered with Nintendo, and then it's like you basically AI generated this artwork of Loink and Lunk, and it's like, what are you doing? Why would you?
Mario characters?
Mine too. But like, it's like, what are you doing? Couldn't you just like gotten a picture of Link and that's it? It's so dumb. Like I wouldn't have noticed it either until I was like, I looked at it and I'm like, wait, why are there two Links? And I'm like, why are they both staring at condom mountains? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like,
it is two Links. It's like that Spider-Man movie that came out, where multiple Spider-Mens show up.
so you mean Denuvo is announcing Breath of the Wild
Link.
3?
Link,
The multiverse?
the awakening of all, yeah.
Multiverse of Links? Okay.
It's literally just the Miiverse area where only Link hangs out.
Yeah.
With himself.
But anyways, like that's my whole thing I'm getting across is that like it's really dumb and Denuvo fucking sucks. But that's more of the point is Denuvo fucking sucks. Denuvo bad. But besides that, so basically this whole week has been a fucking downer, man. Well, these past 2 weeks have been fucking bad. Talking about AI. So I think the biggest thing from this week is SAG-AFTRA, the Actors Guild, is now looking at the video game industry. So get your pants ready, everyone. So I would agree at going at video game industries because of the fact that like a lot of royalties don't get paid to a lot of voice actors. And it's weird because like there was a whole issue because I remember mentioning this about like the fucking Bayonetta shit, but that was something that she deliberately lied about. So that is completely different from this, where a lot of actors are not guaranteed work for their legacy characters. Because I think the one that comes to mind for me personally is David Hayter, the voice of Snake. Where, look, I love Hideo Kojima games. I really do. But Hideo Kojima did really, I wouldn't say scummy shit, but it's kind of fucked up at the fact that, like, he never contacted David Hayter. And David Hayter has said that. It's just like, they never contacted me to voice Snake again. And then you have fucking Metal Gear Solid 5, and it's fucking Kiefer Sutherland, and he barely speaks in the entire game? And it's like, you paid this motherfucker how much? Just because he's a well-known actor? It's so weird, and this is a whole precedent about Hideo Kojima, about just like him really being Hollywood man now, but it's like still a lot of voice actors don't get residuals from their legacy characters, and a lot of voice actors, you know, are now because of AI are getting their voice taken and being used in like video games that they never were or they never agreed to be in. So this is the thing that comes to mind. Wesley, do you know the you remember the character Morgana, right?
Yeah.
So the actress that plays Morgana her voice for some reason is like the most used AI generated voice.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a thing that happened a couple months back where somebody tried to make like this little music video kind of thing, and they ended up using the voice of that actress.
Mm-hmm.
And she found out about that, and she's like, hey, can you not use my voice? I never gave you permission for this and this and that. And it got such a like bad reception that people went after her for no reason.
The fuck?
Exactly. And
Like,
she actually had to like not suspend, but like she had to like deactivate her Twitter because she's like, she got so much hate for no reason. She just recently came back to Twitter. But she's like this is how scary AI has become, because she's like, my voice is just out there. And that's for a lot of voice actors. You know, people talk about how some people want to use like Kevin Conroy's voice in certain things. And it's like, no, let the man rest. You know? So it's like, yeah, voice actors are like the biggest ones that like have problems in the video game industry. You know, same goes for video game writers, that a lot of them are not unionized. So goes to show. The video game industry in general is just a really scummy place when it comes to actors and writers and creative minds behind it. So
I feel like just the entertainment industry, like in and of itself, is
in general, yes, because like there's that whole thing. Like I know Haler was talking about that when we started this. He was watching Breaking Bad. So Breaking Bad is like the top rated show on Netflix.
Yeah.
Funny fact: Aaron Paul does not get residuals.
Yeah, I read that.
So, yeah, that's why he's fighting now, because it's like, this is the thing, is that like a lot of people never really knew the outcome of how big a lot of their series would become. So it's like, it's understandable as to like why some of them never really wrote down residuals for a show that they don't know whether or not is going to be successful. And then lo and behold, becomes a fucking smash hit, but you know, they just don't get paid for it.
It's tough too, because when you're like starting out and you're just trying to get a break, I'm sure you're like anybody else, right? Like if you go and work at a regular place, you'll be willing to do more.
So,
and, you know, for less, basically.
So that's the thing. Aaron Paul was not a well-known actor back then, and he didn't know the show was going to be super popular. So that's also the thing, is that people, you know, come up with the argument, why didn't he write that in his contract? You know, he's an actor, he should know business and all this. And it's like, he wasn't well known. This was like his biggest acting gig. So
yeah, I mean, whoever was like his
manager should hopefully have been like, hey, although he might have not even had a manager at the time, whatever. But yeah, if he did, they, you know, these people should be willing to get them more, because then you get more, you know? So. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, when he did Breaking Bad, afterwards he got into like a bunch of other things. Do you remember the Need for Speed movie?
Yeah. He's a great actor. I think like a lot of things that he is in
the right roles. Better. In the right roles, I feel like.
Can't remember what I've seen him in, but I've seen him in like at least 4 or 5 movies. And it never, if the movie was bad, it didn't feel like it was bad to him.
Okay, so Need for Speed is the best movie?
I mean,
yeah, that's right.
Again,
bitch.
I don't think he has anything making it bad.
Fake Aaron Paul lover.
I think maybe the people that were writing it were like, well, we got paid $100,000. Let's go ahead and write a dirt script, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, a lot of actors don't get residuals, and SAG-AFTRA is fighting for them to get what they're owed, essentially. And it is wild too, because like keeping up with not just the video game side, but like also what's going on with like actual movies and stuff. Disney is like super fucked. Cause like, did you see the shit about like the is it the president currently of like Disney's like media stuff? Like he's just a huge asshole. Like, yeah, because like people are like, we want to get paid this much, and he's like, no. Like he's just straight up saying no, and then he's like he's coming out and like making statements saying like it's frustrating that like he's trying his best and like they're not taking it, and it's just like it's like what? It's just wild. It's I think his name is like Bob Seger, something like that. Bill Seger, some shit like that.
Bob Igor.
Iger, excuse me, Seger. I think that's a singer.
No fucking joke. My brother met him.
Really?
Yeah, through Adobe.
Wow.
Yeah.
How was that?
I don't know. He was like, I met him.
Okay. Cool.
And then he told my friends really like Disney, so he was like, tell your friends that I met him. They'll know who he is, because I didn't know who the fuck the guy was at first.
Bob
Iger.
Iger.
Like, I met Bob Igor, whatever.
Igor.
Yeah. And then he was like, tell Kyle. And then I told Kyle, and he's like, oh shit. And I was like, who's that? And then he was like, Disney. And I'm like, oh.
Oh, then you should tell Kyle that, yeah, he's an asshole.
I don't know, man. I mean, my brother's making money, and his name was in there, so I think the guy's pretty cool.
Wow. Wow. But yeah, anyways, that whole thing that like they're keeping up with is just like, it's hopefully it gets resolved. Yeah, what was the other thing that I saw? Like, you guys remember the show Totally Spies?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was also the other thing I was seeing, that like the original voice actors are not coming back because of the strike. So what the studio ended up doing is just hiring new actors. So, yeah, because I believe one of the characters is voiced by Jennifer Hale, and Jennifer Hale is a actor in the union, and she's a voice actor. So it's like, yeah. But that's also the other thing, is that I think we talked about this, is like a lot of upcoming actors are not union actors. So it's like, you know, they want to get their resume up to date and their portfolio up to date, and it's just like they have to do whatever role that they were given in order to get a bigger role later on. So there's always that. Another thing I'm also surprised is that Fran Drescher is actually the president of SAG-AFTRA.
So the only reason it surprised me is because when you say Fran Dresser, I think of the fuck is that TV show she was on, The Nanny?
The Nanny, yeah.
So like, I don't think of the person, I think of the character.
No.
And I immediately am just like, and I'm like,
Mr. Shitfield, yeah.
Mr. Shitfield. I can't do the voice either, bro.
Yeah. So she's the president.
To an old Italian man driving a dumpster truck.
It's so, yeah. Just voice actors have it hard. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Hopefully shit is okay.
Yeah. Can I be honest with you guys? I'm gonna be honest right here. I'm gonna be vulnerable right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Time to roast him.
Let him cook. One of the things that I wanted to do, like as a dream job, was to be a voice actor.
Oh.
Because that's why I know a lot of voice actors' names, because I was like, oh, I really like their voice. I really like their performance and how they change their voice and stuff like that. I've always wanted to do that. But then over the years growing up and realizing that like they're just easily replaceable has kind of got me away from that dream. And I know, you know, this something is something really dumb, but then when Haler talked about Cole McGrath, I'm like, there's got to be a story behind that. Of like,
behind him losing his job?
Either that, or it's just like they just didn't want him anymore, the original guy. But that's also the other thing, is that like he was easily replaceable.
I wonder if he like, I guess what I always thought was he probably wasn't going to get paid what he wanted. He probably wanted more money. Probably were like, no.
I don't want to make speculations and stuff like that, but like I would have to take a look at like what exactly happened behind the scenes with that.
Well, because even I would say like back in the day, like again, like companies probably didn't want to put out too much money for this type of stuff because it's video games are like good, but they're not that good at the PS2, right? No, PS3 point. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess they were kind of doing pretty good.
I mean, there's a lot of voice acting in a lot of PS2 games, so
yeah.
But that's also
it was PS3. That's why I fucked up.
Oh, okay.
PS3.
But like, you know, even a lot of beloved characters are not originally voiced by the person that they were before. Like, one comes to mind is that like Ratchet and Clank. The first Ratchet is voiced by a completely different dude, and it wasn't until the second game where it's just another guy, and he's been doing the voice of Ratchet for years. Like that's the weird part. Yeah, voice acting is weird. But Troy Baker will get his money. Yeah. Hopefully this strike will finally reach a point where everybody can agree upon what they're owed, and yeah, good luck to all of them. Oh, did you see the shit with Jimmy Fallon?
No, go ahead.
That like people were coming out saying that like Jimmy Fallon is like one of the worst people to work with.
I'd seen a thing about him being an alcoholic.
Yeah, there's that. He's also a fucking prick. But like, there was a story that I saw that like somebody, I think it was when Jimmy Fallon had Jerry Seinfeld on, and Jimmy Fallon was being mean to like one of the crew to the point where Jerry Seinfeld was just like, stop that and apologize. In which Jimmy Fallon actually had to apologize to the crew member who was being mean to. Like, it was that bad. Top dog Jerry. But like it's just, yeah, I've always heard that like Jimmy Fallon is just like unbearable. So yeah. And I think there's also
persona.
I think there's also the fact that like he is also trying to continue his show even with the writer strike happening. Like something like that. Something like that. But anyways, let's get away from this. Let's get away from acting. But oh fuck, I'm trying to get away, but all this shit that I have else is like fucking downers. All right, let's talk about PlayStation Plus. You guys like?
Oh my god!
You guys like your PlayStation Plus? You better like it, bitch.
Not anymore, baby.
For now.
Wow, you don't like it anymore?
Nope.
No.
Oh fuck, dude. So yeah, PlayStation Plus has increased for its annual subscription. So Essential is now $80, Extra is $135, and Premium is $160. So
That's stupid.
not worth it.
It's really not.
It's like if you want to play online, just get Essential. But even then, holy shit, fucking $80. Yeah, bro. It fucking holy shit, it is bad. It's not great. What the fuck is happening over at PlayStation? What the fuck, Jim Ryan? What are you doing?
Yeah, I think it's the most expensive price of
Subscription service.
the PlayStation One. The premium is the same as Xbox Elite Pass or whatever.
Because like, didn't Xbox went up, right? I think I'm trying to remember for the Game Pass.
I think they're talking about bringing it up. It might have already went up.
Because I think that was something that I mentioned is that like Xbox Game Pass is like going up. I think in an article in one of the episodes that we did. But still, even then, like PlayStation Plus stuff is not. There's like nothing there of value because of the fact that like the catalog is like stuff that you probably already played.
Yeah.
Like when I was going through like the catalog that I had for because my PlayStation Plus expired, I barely played the stuff. There were a few games might have played like maybe like 2 of them or something like that. But like nothing significant enough, right? So I'd actually talked to Wesley. I was like, I'm heavily considering going to Xbox, but I think I'm just like, I talked to you earlier. I think I'm just gonna focus on getting a PC at this point because I do a lot on my PC and like I might as well just upgrade at this point and go to that and stop like wasting time on consoles and having to pay for. I hate that it's playing online with your friends is locked behind something on consoles.
I didn't know that was a thing that Microsoft pushed. That Xbox, because Xbox was the one that pushed that for the longest time.
Yeah. Gold was out before PlayStation had theirs, but we always knew PlayStation would do it.
Yeah.
Because Xbox had it.
So, thanks Microsoft for that. But either way, like getting a PC now is kind of weird in the sense for like gaming because of the fact that like a lot of games so far have been pretty unoptimized. But even then, you know, you have the benefit that most companies, even including these like PlayStation and Xbox, are putting a lot of stuff out on PC. So that's the benefit of it. So that a lot of stuff is becoming cross-platform rather than just sticking to console exclusive. Even fucking Blizzard, like Overwatch coming to Steam, and then like a more possible Blizzard Activision games coming to Steam as well. So yeah, we live in a weird era. But yeah, not worth it. PlayStation Plus shit is not worth it. Unfortunately.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I think it was fine where it was. I also think $100, like for base version, is just bad.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's $80 for. It's because Essential
it's
is.
80? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Essential is the basic version.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
It's still even a lot.
It's
I don't
still,
know, man.
yeah.
I feel like 80 is still too bad. Like,
But
it
that's-
just doesn't feel good.
But that's the thing is that like the Essentials only guarantees you online, obviously, discounts, and the PlayStation Plus free games, and that's it.
Yeah, and then even like some of the free games aren't even worth it.
No,
Yeah.
most of them aren't. So
I was about to say, what did we get this month? Saints Row, the reboot.
the price up is really annoying because they announced this tier list.
Yeah, this
Put
true.
prices on it, and then it feels like 6 months to a year later we get another price change. Or we
Yeah.
get a price change.
Yeah, you're right
And
about
it's
that.
like, why wouldn't you just up the prices when you put this tier out, and you know everybody would have known then? Versus, it's weird timing.
No.
It's really, really bad timing.
I get it. It's more salt in the wound, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's just because the competition. I think it's just because if Microsoft didn't up their price for Game Pass, I don't think Sony would have either. But even then, when Microsoft upped their price, it was such a weird like comment about it because I think the person behind the whole Game Pass initiative was like, yeah, we're changing prices because we want to reflect on the current state of the market, and it's just like that's such a bullshit answer.
It really is.
And like it's like, what? Like the current market is that you should be putting that price down. Like that's how it is. But it's like, you know, video games are a luxury. You know, that's obviously what it is. But even then, it's just like I feel like this whole shit is not gonna disappear. I don't know. There could be a chance where this shit goes up another, like probably next year. It goes up again, and
I wouldn't doubt it.
it's just wild. Like we're just stuck in the ever sinking hole of subscription shit. Because even then, like most subscription services besides gaming shit, like have gone up in price. Fucking Netflix, Disney Plus, I think has gone up in price. Like, it's not just gaming, so it's stupid. All right, getting away from us possibly canceling our subscription to PlayStation Plus. Other downers. You ready? You guys ready for these downers? So if you don't know this company, Me Games is the studio behind Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun, Desperado 3, and they have a game coming up called Shadow Gambit: The Cursed Crew. They're shutting down.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because they're relatively small. But their statement is basically saying that like they want to take a step back because they're getting too overly ambitious, according to them. But I think there was a thing that I saw that like they're THQ Nordic is part of their business practices. And essentially it's just like they're kind of like not doing well financially, and that's why they have to like stop. But yeah, Shadow Gambit is going to be their last game. I don't know when it's releasing, but Yeah. Good luck. Good luck to the company. Well, it's not a company anymore. Good luck to the people who are gone now. But not only that, what the fuck is happening at Embracer? Embracer is having a really rough time. So, Embracer Group, the parent company of everything THQ, is shutting down some shit. So, speaking of Saints Row and the reboot, Volition is shutting down. So, talk about your favorite Volition game, guys.
I have no idea who Volition is.
Look up Volition. Look up Volition. Look up Volition.
That's too much work.
You literally have a computer right in front of you. Will.
I hate Volition. They're bad.
All right. So Volition, bad studio. So yeah, Volition is the original Saints Row developers. I think they also did. I want to say they did the Ghostbusters video game. Hold on. Let me look up Volition's catalog. Should have done this beforehand. Nope, that is a parts company.
Summoner 2, Red Faction Guerrilla, Red Faction Armageddon, Red Faction, Saints Row 2, Agents of Mayhem, Red Faction 2,
Wow, there you go.
Free Space 2, The Punisher, Saints Row 4, Saints Row the Third, and the newest Saints Row.
Yes.
I can only imagine there's more games.
I believe there are.
This is just what Google gave me.
Yeah, don't worry. So yeah, Volition is shutting down after being a developer for 30 years. It is also a sign of like shit's going bad because literally the day of, Volition sent out a tweet saying, "Hey, we're celebrating 30 years of Volition and hopefully another 30 more."
Oh, yeah, and they're just like, yeah, no, you're not.
Yeah, Embracer was like, "Nah, bro, what the fuck you talking about?"
Psych.
But yeah, it's kind of sad when something abrupt like that happens. But obviously, it kind of reflects the whole thing with what happened with Saints Row, because Saints Row was a game that I'm pretty sure they were really hoping would stick the landing, but it just didn't.
Yeah. No.
I didn't play it. I have it on my PS5 because obviously it was free for this month, but I don't know when I'm going to try it out. Probably when I'm done with the original games. But even then, you know, that game coming out and not only just being a buggy mess, but being a game that like a lot of people were like, the writing is fucking terrible. And it's just like, it's one of those games where like, who's the audience? It just doesn't seem like a game that's worth it. But yeah. Like I said, Embracer is just having not a good week
because
after Volition, Gearbox is having fucking layoffs to a point where Embracer is looking at options for selling Gearbox.
Holy shit.
Yep. Yeah, hold on. Let me find this. So yeah, Embracer is considering options for its US game developer Gearbox Entertainment, including a sale as Europe's largest gaming company looks to shore up its finances. So this is the thing. There was an article that came out saying Embracer is basically trying to tidy up their financials. So that's why a lot of things like this is happening, where they're essentially shutting down studios or potentially selling them. So this is the thing that's wild, because Embracer owns a lot of like, not just like game companies, they also own like a lot of media shit. So I would assume that not just Gearbox and Volition and all that, there's going to be more shutdowns. So,
no, yeah, I don't doubt it.
But yeah, it's wild. So yeah, Gearbox is kind of out in the deep end. Let's see, who else is not having a good day? Oh my god, like I'm looking at this fucking list of what I got. There's not good things happening.
Yeah, it's almost literally everybody.
Everywhere, but I guess we'll go with a big change. So Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, the awaited sequel of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, is switching hands. It's going to be given to the Chinese Room. If you don't know the developer, the Chinese Room, I believe did, I want to say they're ex-BioShock people.
I don't know.
Hold on. I want to say yes. Maybe? I don't know. Okay, so the games that the Chinese Room has come up with is Dear Esther, Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, which I heard is not the best Amnesia game. Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, Still Wakes the Deep, and Vampire the Masquerade and Bloodlines 2, obviously. I think I could be wrong about the ex-BioShock thing, but like either way, Chinese Room is an interesting company because what I know about Dear Esther, I think it's one of those like I guess people would call it like a walking sim. But you know, they tried their hands at a horror game, and I heard Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs is not that good. Like the narrative is kind of okay. A lot of their narrative stuff is actually pretty good, but a lot of people don't have high hopes for them. And what was shown for Vampires the Masquerade is that like it's technically an RPG, I guess, with some action elements, from what I remember of the original game. But like I said, a lot of people don't really have their hopes up for this because of this game has been delayed for a while. I want to say it was supposed to come out like 2 years ago. Now that I'm thinking about it, or a year ago, something like that. But like it got delayed, and then Paradox was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to delay this shit." And yeah, just recently, Paradox removed Hardsuit Labs as its lead developer, and then now has given it to the Chinese Room.
Damn.
Yep. Moving on.
I just want to say the Chinese Room is a very funny name.
I hope you're laughing. You know what you should be. You know what you should be laughing at?
Taiwan.
Get
him off the podcast.
I don't even know why, but okay.
That's shit. I was about to make a fucking Overwatch joke. God damn it! I'm not witty enough.
Divas 21. Good night.
New Overwatch character announced. Don't listen to Haler. Don't listen to him.
Oh, the birthdays and ages. Yeah.
No, we talked about this earlier. You missed this. But like, I was just mentioning to Haler, like whenever fucking Activision Blizzard fucks up on something, they always announce like a new Overwatch character or like something Overwatch.
McCree's name's different. He's also gay.
He's also super gay. Like Dumbledore gay.
Like, look at all these banana imprints on his
his holster.
Isn't it cool?
But anyways, you know who else is fucking up? Ubisoft. Why are they fucking up?
Ubisoft always does.
Haller, take it away. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Bitch.
Oh, I have to use my eyes. Oh, wait. Are we talking the game that's never coming out?
Yes, we're talking about that game that's never coming out.
Oh, okay. Skull and Bones got fucking it got delayed technically. It
Somewhat.
got delayed for sure. Their director quit. Is what, the 6th one, I think they said?
Well, she didn't quit. She went back to Paris. so yeah, basically, so the studio that's doing Skull and Bones is Ubisoft Singapore. So the creative director is from Ubisoft Paris. But she left Singapore in order to go back to Paris. And yeah, it's the third time this game has lost a creative director, which I didn't know.
Jesus.
it's also wild at the fact this is the third time, and like this game was announced 5 years ago.
Yep.
What the actual fuck? But yeah, they're not doing so well. They gotta get this shit out, bro. The fucking Singaporean government's gonna be on their ass for fucking taking like, what is it, like, because we talked about this, like Singapore has like a tax write-off for like arts and culture, so that's why Ubisoft is taking advantage of this. But they have to get this thing out, or not they're gonna be hit with a huge fucking fine. But yeah, this thing was supposed to come out years ago, and like now Ubisoft is saying that like it by 2024.
I think that's what it was. It was 6 years of development or whatever.
Yeah. Technically. But they showed gameplay. They showed that the thing actually does exist, but still, like, it's like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, there was a closed beta, I think last month.
So that's the thing. In this article, I believe the writer talks about their experience with the beta, and it's just like, yeah, the beta was actually pretty alright for the most part. But it's like, nobody knows what's happening. And then on top of that, I completely forgot that there's an Assassin's Creed 4 remake that's happening as well. Yeah. And so funny because of the fact that like that remake is probably going to come out before Skull and Bones.
Yep.
So I just don't know. I just don't know. Get your pre-orders ready though. Yeah, Ubisoft is in the fucking deep end. I get it, because deep water. Speaking of the deep end, guys, I know you like video games, right?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Of course.
Wesley, have you ever streamed yourself playing a video game?
Like once.
Okay. Haler, you ever streamed yourself playing a video game?
Yes.
Then you guys should go to jail for uploading content that's copyrighted.
It's true.
Just like this Japanese YouTuber. Fucking okay. So this like blew my fucking mind. So this is the first person in recorded history to be jailed for copyright violation. For a video game specifically. So this article, the headline from VGC is Japanese YouTuber gets suspended, jailed sentence, and fined for posting game footage. And the game that he got fined for was Steins Gate. If you don't know what Steins Gate is, it's a visual novel, yes. I know it because I watched the anime. The anime's pretty good. But according to this article, he didn't just like upload footage of the ending. He also has like edited footage of the anime movie, which I didn't know. But the fucking bizarre shit is that the prosecution's argument was just like, it was weird because essentially it's like, for example, if I played, because Haler's playing Danganronpa, if at the time I was streaming Danganronpa and I got to the end of it, and then a lawyer came up to be like, you can't do this shit, and I have to say why, and they're like, because you're essentially deterring other people from buying the game. And it's like, what do you mean? And their explanation is because you essentially played the whole game. People watching kind of have played the game with you, but they haven't paid for the game. So it's like essentially the concept of streaming.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
literally.
It's like, it's so weird, but that was the prosecution's like argument, is that like because of the game having more of a narrative focus, and people watching it, it's essentially not letting the company get money for sales of the game. It's essentially, they're essentially losing money, is what they're arguing. But it's wild because it's just like, yeah, this is the first time somebody has been convicted of fucking distributing game footage. I mean, technically that's what it is, but it's just like, it's wild. So yeah, so the one I'm reading this paragraph. Yeah, so this is where I got the 2 year for the 5 year sentence thing. So the person's name is Yoshida. Yoshida has been given a 2-year prison sentence, which was suspended for 5 years, and he has to pay a 1 million yen fine. So the equivalent of that is $6,000. Over 6,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm not playing Steins Gate, because I would like to go to Japan one day. I don't want to go to Japan and fucking the cops stop me and being like, you're going to jail now, motherfucker.
That's so dumb though. Like,
That's wild. That's why it caught my interest, because I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, because like basically anybody that streams on Twitch could be jailed.
Yep. Just don't stream fucking story narratives.
Goodbye, Ludwig and XQC. Maybe Chunch could become huge big time streamer man. It's my time to shine. But yeah, let's get away from that. Let's see. I guess just one short thing. E3 confirms no 2024 LA event, with complete reinvention reportedly planned for 2025. So E3 is not dead, but it's going to be reinvented.
It's basically saying we have no one to fucking be at the venue.
Well, basically the ESA just like separated ways with ReedPop, which was the original people that were supposed to do this year's E3. But that got fucking shit canned, and some people say that like it's because Jeff Kiwi is so good with fucking
Oh my god.
the game's opening shit. The game Summer Games Fest.
It's nice because everything's
Yeah,
condensed and just put in one fucking area.
Yeah.
That's the nice part. Fuck Jeff Kiwi.
You love Jeff
Yeah.
Kiwi.
I
You
don't.
told
I
me
hate him.
specifically that you
Nope,
love
I
it.
told you how much I hate him.
You told me
We
how
have
much.
voice recordings of how much I hate this man.
You said, Chunch, for reals though.
This is
I
all
love this
AI.
man.
This is your AI. We're all AI. I hate you.
Yeah. So obviously it's not the case. Jeff Keighley is not fucking making E3 or the ESA run for its money, but like, it is just wild the fact that like, yeah, E3 got canceled twice already because 2023 didn't happen, and even with COVID didn't happen.
Yeah.
2021 happened.
I don't think it did.
Yeah, I think like when we get like things like Gamescom, and I think people are paying attention to these things more now, versus like we don't need everything given to us at E3. You know, like
Yeah.
a lot of us tend to just like pick up on all the news going around as it goes.
That's true. And then we've also talked about this. Is like even game companies have like their own presentation, so it's like they have no need for E3.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, there's
I
no
get-
reason not to stream it at this point from your own like
yeah.
company's HQ.
So it's just, I guess, beating a dead horse, but the dead horse wants to resurrect in the next year, essentially.
Yeah.
So, yeah, ESA says they'll be back maybe next year, hopefully. I don't know.
Did you watch G4 TV when you were growing up?
I did for a little bit. I know a little bit of Attack of the Show, and like Cops was on for a good bit. G4.
Growing up, I would watch it, and like the funny stuff was funny, and I was a kid, so I didn't really get all of it because I was a kid. And I really just watched it to see what the fuck games were coming out. So to me, it's kind of like that, like the way that like G4 kind of died. I'm sure because like people stopped caring about watching what games are coming out through that, or information about games because YouTube was coming through. And that's kind of like I think is what's just happening with E3.
I was about to say
E4.
I was about to say G4 and E3 have similar things in common, where it's like it's a thing that died and then came back and
They
then
want to come back, yeah.
and then died again.
Yeah.
Because of how poorly handled it was, and yeah, it's just mishandling and shit. But who knows? E3, who knows?
I mean, E3 could always rebrand itself and like
They could.
do. I think if they stayed more focused on like electronics and not just video game itself, but like
I think
the
that
advancements and that
I think
features and stuff.
there was an article that said that like they were trying to do more of that, but either way, it just didn't end up happening. Anyways, get the fuck away, E3. Get away.
Nobody loves you anymore.
Nobody loves you, but you know who loves you? Because you play Fortnite? Donald Mustard. Don Muss.
The guy that is leaving?
Yeah, so Donald Mustard, the chief creative officer at Epic, is leaving after 25 years of being in the game industry. He's going to focus on his family, but he loves you all for playing Fortnite. He hopes to see you on the battle bus.
I mean, Fortnite was good underneath his watch. It became what it is currently underneath his watch, and like,
don't worry, Tim Sweeney's still there. So
I was gonna say, like, if he had anything to do with what Fortnite
became,
like, I'm happy because like he did good work.
To be fair, yeah. I mean, the amount of like fucking crazy collaborations that Fortnite has, and even the power it has, is insane.
Well, just like the game itself, though, too. Like,
I mean, he is a
the
creative
advancement
officer.
of making that type of game, I think, was awesome.
It's so weird because I remember when Fortnite was announced and it was supposed to be a defense, like tower defense game. It's so crazy.
I still thought it looked sick back then too, though.
Same. I was like, oh, that's
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's just like Fortnite Battle Pass. Got the shit out my ass.
Now you got me wanting to kind of go play my fucking single player Fortnite shit.
Please tell me you guys have seen that of like the sea shanty Fortnite Battle Pass.
No.
Oh my god, it's the funniest fucking thing. I keep seeing memes about it. Well, I saw memes about it where it's like the year is like 2085 and we live in the desolate future of Water World and all we have is sea shanties, and it's just like that song is the funniest fucking thing. You guys have to, I'll send you what the fucking song is, but it's so stupid. Yeah, even like as somebody that doesn't play Fortnite, the power that Fortnite has is crazy. It is fucking crazy. Yeah. You know what else is crazy?
No.
Okay. Fucking FF16 DLC, baby. Let's go.
Oh yeah, the free DLC. Yeah.
The paid DLC is gonna happen.
Yep.
So, Yoshi P came out, talking about plans for Final Fantasy 16. So an update happened where they basically reworked a little bit of the game itself, but they also added some costumes for characters and also a skin for your sword as well, where you could basically equip the sword that you need to progress in the game, but also change its appearance. What is that? It's just reskinning, right?
Transmog.
Yeah, transmog. There we go. So yeah, now you can do that in FF16. But he also announced that there will be 2 DLCs in the future, which are going to have to be paid for. It doesn't go into specifics of what it is, but I am excited because I loved Final Fantasy 16. So, get excited. Hopefully we have Torgal Adventures. Or maybe like a prequel thing with Torgal and Cid. Maybe?
Probably. I mean, they don't have to go into Cid because he wasn't... Like, no one really knew what his story was besides being the leader of the...
Well, if you finished the game, Wesley, and did all the side quests like as your boy did, you would have known Cid a little bit more.
I'll get there eventually.
Yeah, you'll get there. Still, I would like to see, Cid and Torgal getting together, having their adventures. But even then, I'm interested to see where it goes. I hope they try not to do any like after the story DLC because that just wouldn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. So congrats FF16 for being the best game. Chonch's goatee. And speaking of video games and stuff that I wouldn't say it's a congratulations, but good on the company for doing this. Oh god, fucking, I forgot it's THQ Nordic. Hopefully this game doesn't get canceled and the company gets shut down, the development company. But Alone in the Dark reboot is delayed till 2024. The reason being is because there's a lot of shit coming out in October. This game is supposed to come out in, I think, Halloween? But there's a lot of competition. Obviously there is fucking Alan Wake and no, Alan Wake got delayed, excuse me. Spider-Man. That's the biggest one. in October.
Dude.
But anyways, yeah. I forget. Pieces Interactive is the company behind the reboot, and yeah, they're like, we gotta delay this shit. Yeah, Alone in the Dark looks interesting. I played that prologue tech demo. It's okay. It's alright. The game looks very Resident Evil 2 remake-ish, but I'm interested. Can you guys give me 1 second? I gotta use the bathroom. I drank a lot of coffee. I gotta be right back.
Intermission 76.
Alright, we're back. I had to use the bathroom. I'm sorry. I drank so much. Look at this fucking coffee.
Coffee.
This coffee. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, Alone in the Dark. You guys excited for Alone in the Dark?
I don't know what that is.
You guys better be, because if they don't do well, they're fucking shutting down.
Wait, the game or the show?
Because it's owned by THQ Nordic. Alone in the Dark. And THQ Nordic is owned by Embracer Group.
I think I was excited for this.
It's got David Arbor.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
You don't like Hopper?
Oh, wait.
Oh,
is it a movie?
No, it's a video game.
Didn't they already do this game, though?
They did. This is a reboot.
They're rebooting it?
They're rebooting it.
Did I not read this article? Absolutely.
No.
Yeah, I mean...
David
I
Arbor
never
would be
played the
sad.
first one. Was it good?
I never played it either.
Wait, and Hold on. You said if they don't do good, they're shutting the
studio
game
down.
or the studio down?
The studio down.
Do you know how many times TH Nordic has gone down? They're not going anywhere, buddy.
Well, I'm talking about the studio. Talking about the studio. Yeah,
That's
because
what I'm saying.
Embracer Group owns THQ Nordic.
Yeah. They'll get picked up by someone else. It happens all the time.
My mic fell.
Somebody else will be like, all right, here's like, whatever K for them. And then they'll take them.
They're not going to shut down THQ Nordic. They're going to shut down the development studio. Because I think THQ Nordic...
sell it off.
So here's the thing. THQ Nordic, this is very confusing because this is what I learned. THQ Nordic is not original THQ. I think Embracer Group... There's something weird that like
bought the name.
I think they did. And like there's like there's like another thing of THQ Nordic, but they do something else. It's very bizarre. But yeah, the whole naming convention of THQ is just like really weird.
I mean, I think most things that THQ just period does from any of the THQ companies turns out pretty good usually. So I mean,
yeah, like Saints Row.
Huh?
Like Saints Row?
The new one?
Yeah, the new one.
I mean,
it's good, right?
No.
Okay.
I think after the patches it was, but that's almost every fucking game put out now.
That's true.
Yeah.
So,
But yeah, Dave, by
the
the game. Oh my god, I forgot to talk about CD Projekt Red, but that's also a little thing. I guess I can mention it towards the end. There's a couple things I've seen, but if they come back
I've
to
never
thought.
seen anything.
Anyways, buy the game or David Arbor will become homeless. Do you want that? Do you want Hopper to be homeless? Yeah, you do. You son of a bitch. How dare you?
He has a season 5 coming out. He's fine.
Yeah, where he hangs out with 11 and they go fight.
Go ahead.
Jesus?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
I was waiting for you to be like, and then she calls Drake.
You made the joke, not me. All right. Moving on.
His hair.
I do have hair. So, do you guys like Japanese video games?
Yeah, they're pretty chill.
Okay, cool. Because on the 21st through the 24th, Tokyo Game Show is happening.
Nice.
Yeah.
So get excited. So on the 21st, we got an opening program, Keynote. I think that's a development studio. Gamera Games, Amazing Season. Then we also got Japan Game Awards, Game of the Year Division, Microsoft Japan, 505 Games, Sega/Atlas, Level 5 Games, Koei Tecmo, and Capcom. On the 22nd, we got Sense of Wonder Night 2023. I have no idea what the fuck that is. More Koei Tecmo. We got Hoyoverse, because you love the Genshin Impact. Square Enix, and Project Moon. On the 23rd, we got Japan Game Awards Amateur Division. Okay. D3 Publisher, Gunho Online Entertainment, Reverse 1999, Oasis / Double Jump Tokyo. And let's see, on the 24th, Japan Game Awards U18 Division, then more Game Awards stuff for Future Division, Japan Esports Union, and an ending program. Yes. So the other thing I've been seeing is that apparently the director, well, the ex-director of the Yakuza series, Nagoshi, is going to have a thing over at Tokyo Game Show, because Tencent gave him his own company, if you remember this. Do you guys remember this?
No.
Okay, you guys don't remember this. So Tencent basically told the original director of Yakuza, hey, we'll give you your own studio and let you make your own games. So he has created Nagoshi Studios, I think. Yeah, I believe it's called that. And there was an interview that came out saying that he has something planned for his next title. Something that might involve Western actors. I forget if he said he's going to show anything in TGS. I think. Maybe. But anyways, get excited for Japanese games. Hopefully we see some stuff, some cool-ass stuff, from some companies. Is there any companies in particular that you guys are interested at looking at during TGS?
Company X.
The Genshin Impact Company.
All right, Hoyoverse it is.
Oh, I also hope Wahlburgers is there.
Me too. But yeah, I think Sega Atlas I'm a little interested in to see a little bit more of that Persona 3 remake. Level 5 I know is coming out with a new game. That game where you're a cop, but you also turn into a furry. But it like is kind of cool because it looks very like 90s anime-ish. It's very weird. Koei Tecmo, what do they have coming out? Rise of the Ronin, I think, is their next game. And what does Capcom have? Dragon's Dogma 2. Okay. That's it. So I can think of Capcom. Square Enix. What does Square Enix have? What do they got? I don't know. Would they show anything of Final Fantasy VII Remake 2?
Oh, probably.
Maybe. Hopefully.
No idea.
But yeah. We'll see until then. Alright. Some big ass shit for Chonch. Because I like fighting games. So, Mortal Kombat 1 roster got leaked on Reddit. Which led into an actual reveal. Who is your favorite actress in this world, guys? Come on. Don't be shy.
Charles Johansson.
Okay, that's yours. Wesley?
Wait, actress or just actor?
Actress.
Oh.
Female.
I don't know, just because it's a meme and fucking Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm gonna just say Jennifer Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence? Alright, you guys are wrong. Alright? It should be Megan Fox.
Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
You
now.
guys are stupid! It sets you up for a layup. You guys didn't take it. Alright, so yeah, Megan Fox has been announced as Nitara in Mortal Kombat 1. Get excited. She will be playing Vampire Woman in MK1.
The funny thing is, it's like, I seem unimpressed. It's fine. Like,
Yeah.
it's a fine thing.
It's better than Ronda Rousey.
If I loved this video game, I would probably be excited. Because I do like the idea of, like, these people being characters.
Did you see the trailer, by any chance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I watched it. I just don't particularly care because I probably won't put any time to it. So, I think she'll do fine, and I think people will be fine with it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's gonna be really any backlash or anything.
Plus, she also
No.
like it's weird because she's always put in like horror-ish.
Yes,
Yeah, I think it's mostly for
it's her vibe.
it's because of Jennifer's body mostly.
I'm sure it's like a mix of that.
And the other thing is, I remember she was used as marketing for Diablo 4. I remember
Yeah.
that was the most recent thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, now she is a character in Mortal Kombat 1. Nitara actually has kind of her likeness. A lot of people were saying it doesn't look like Megan Fox, but it kind of looks like Megan Fox, kind of.
Mhm.
But for those that don't know anything about Mortal Kombat 1 is just bringing back the weirdos from the 3D era of Mortal Kombat. And I'm kind of alright with that. Because those were weirdos, but they're bringing back those weirdos in a better way. Because Nitara was, I think, in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance? Yes. I think the same thing with Lee May. And I think Havoc was in Mortal Kombat Deception. I know this because those are the Mortal Kombats that I had growing up at the time. Because I had the PS2 version of those games. But yeah, these games are... Well, no, I actually played Mortal Kombat Original on the PlayStation 1 like years ago. But anyways, yeah, just it's a cool trailer. I would recommend it. There's also a little what's the word I'm looking for? There is a reference to Jennifer's body, which is really funny. And it's cool. Yeah, but I think overall gameplay wise, Nitara looks really interesting. There's a lot of things that I think overall this game is going to be fucking nuts gameplay wise. It's not going to be like Mortal Kombat 11, where Mortal Kombat 11 felt kind of weird of like it being more defensive. This game is going to be fucking crazy because I don't know if you guys seen like gameplay for it. It's just like you can do crazy combos and shit like that in this. So, well, I mean, MKX was like that, but like in this, it's crazy because now you can do air combos and it's fucking bizarre to see in a Mortal Kombat game. But yeah, with this article as well, they talk about the roster got leaked, including the cameo fighters. And then also some footage actually got shown of the Switch version of this game to the point where even the Redditor was like, don't play the Switch version. It's really bad. Which is interesting to see. So who knows? Maybe the Switch version will probably get an update once it releases. So get excited for Mortal Kombat.
I'm always excited.
Whoa.
Ooh. All right. Next up on the topic of Mortal Kombat, who is your guys' favorite actor?
Rob Van Dam.
Good choice, Wesley. Good choice. Haler?
My favorite actor?
Your favorite actor?
Scarlett Johansson.
You know, if you rearrange the words Scarlett Johansson, it can come out as Jean-Claude Van Damme. Jean-Claude Van Damme. What's he doing?
Yeah.
He's in Mortal Kombat 1, baby.
Yo.
He's alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. What the fuck are you talking about? He's not dead. He's not Bruce Lee. They're not Bruce Leeifying fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Wow. You're really going to talk about my hero like that?
Yeah, sure. Bruce Lee, your biggest hero. He did everything for this world.
Hold on. Before you go any further, real fast, just a little thing. You know Fletch games.
Yep.
Our friend Fletch's fucking idol used to be what is his name, man? The fat dude that did like police work at one point. He was
Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal. I used to make fun of Steven Seagal. He'd be like, "That's my hero," and I'm like, "Dude, I had to like show him all this shit about how fake and bizarre Steven Seagal is."
That's such a bad icon to like praise.
I mean, I'm sure he's like half joking, but he for sure actually liked that dude's movies, bro. And Steven Seagal is so bad at acting.
He is. But you know who's not bad at acting? Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yep, that's how you say it. So yeah, this was already announced that like Jean-Claude Van Damme would be in Mortal Kombat. But now there's actual gameplay with him being shown. Funny enough, the gameplay was revealed in a fucking Hot Ones episode. This was like the weirdest shit because they had Ed Boon on
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had Ed Boon on a Hot Ones episode, and then out of
Oh,
nowhere,
well, if Ed Boon showed up, they had to show something about Scorpion.
dude, fuck that. They showed fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Is he playing Scorpion?
No, he's gonna be Johnny Cage. He's basically a reskin of Johnny Cage.
That's cool. Actually.
Because there's a whole history as to why Jean-Claude Van Damme is in this and why it's such a big deal. It's mostly because of Ed Boon. Before Mortal Kombat was a thing, they were actually planning on doing a blood sport game based off the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. So they were going to do a Jean-Claude Van Damme game, excuse me. But it didn't work out. I think it's because there was something with I think either with Jean-Claude Van Damme not wanting to do the game, or the studio saying that the game would have cost too much money, something like that. So eventually, because of that not panning out, Mortal Kombat was a thing, and Johnny Cage is basically an homage to Jean-Claude Van Damme. So Ed Boon even talks about in the interview being like, this is such a historic thing because he's like, I've been wanting to have Jean-Claude Van Damme in a game forever. And finally he's in Mortal Kombat. So
yeah,
there you go. Van Damme is here, baby, and he will be fighting Megan Fox. Which is a sentence I thought I would never say in my lifetime. But yeah, like I said, Mortal Kombat 1 looking pretty interesting to me. You know, a lot of the DLC characters look really dumb, but I'm kind of excited. What you know the DLC roster, right, Wesley?
Yeah, I saw.
Okay, so
I remember them now.
Okay, so the roster is Homelander, Omni-Man,
Okay.
Omni-Man, Quan Chi, Takeda, and Peacemaker.
John Cena.
Oh my God, John Cena! Yeah, it's just John Cena. Oh my God, we're gonna have a game where Jean-Claude Van Damme fights John Cena, fights Megan Fox as a vampire.
Yep.
Trying to think any other celebrities in this. J.K. Simmons? Because he's technically Omni-Man? But I don't know if I think J.K. Simmons actually is going to do Omni-Man for the game.
I don't know.
I think the other thing is it's not known whether or not Anthony Starr, the actor that plays Homelander, is going to be Homelander in the game. But anyways. But that's besides the point. So yeah, Mortal Kombat 1, Chonch anticipating for story mode and gameplay. And if I were to main somebody in the game, maybe Melina, maybe Baraka. Baraka looks cool. Anyone else? Havoc? Yeah, Havoc's weird. And yeah, Megan Fox. Yeah. My main will be Megan Fox. But getting away from Mortal Kombat, let's get into Street Fighter. So the second character, Aki, has been shown with her gameplay, and she looks really cool. That's it. That's it for the podcast. We're done.
What?
What do you mean, what? Don't give me what?
I can't believe finito.
Yeah, we done. But
finally,
before we get into finito, let me talk about Aki a little bit. So, did you guys watch any of the gameplay for Aki or no?
No.
No? I guess I could kind of give this like a little bit of context. So this character's weird. She has like snake style combat going on. And to the added effect, and to add to the effect of snake stuff, she has a way of getting passed through projectiles of like slithering on the ground. It's very weird. It's very weird, but it looks kind of cool. But she has a lot of like neat stuff, but her whole gimmick is that she's a poison character. So that kind of adds to the lore of Street Fighter 6, is that Aki is a protege of another character from Street Fighter named Fong. Or Fang, if you want to say it like that. But Fang was also a poison type character. People hated Fang because the whole meta of Street Fighter V was that when somebody would play Fang, would actually use the poison and basically wait, essentially. And there's no way of blocking the poison. You basically take it. The only way to get rid of the poison is to hit the character. So that's the only way to get rid of the poison. So there would be a lot of cheap shit where people would play Fang and wait until the person's health was lower. So obviously with the timer going down, the timer would go down, and the person that has the most health would obviously be Fang, would win. So that's why a lot of people didn't like Fang. But even then, Fang was not really an interesting character, and he just looked really fucking weird. His design was not that great. That's why Aki is such a big change, because she's essentially Mushroom Head Lady, but with snake style. And a lot of people thought that maybe they could fix her. Maybe they can fix Aki. Like they can fix Juri and her feet. Probably not. But she looks cool. I really recommend looking at some of the gameplay. Like, it's just neat to look at. But I will be interested in playing this character. And she comes out on the 27th. And then I believe after that, there's 2 more DLC characters. Yes. So Ed is the next character in Winter, and Akuma should be coming out next spring. So Street Fighter 6 looking good. Chung's gonna play more Street Fighter 6. Probably gonna stream Street Fighter 6. Because I kept talking about Street Fighter 6. I should. Probably later. I'll see you guys on the stream. But yeah, that's it for the news. I'm trying to think if anything else is coming to mind. There was a lot of smaller things that happened throughout the week, but not anything too crazy. Coming to mind.
Life happened.
Life does happen. Shit. There was something I wanted to mention. Oh, yes. So Starfield. Have you guys seen anything of Starfield or like are interested in it?
I don't really care about it.
I was going to buy it. I think I mentioned last podcast that I was going to get the collector's edition. But then I had to remind myself, bro, you got to cool it. Because do you know how much that collector edition costs, Wesley?
A lot.
It's like $300.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, nah, I got to cancel that shit. So I canceled that shit. And I was going to get it on a PC, obviously. I think maybe at a point I just probably get Game Pass and play it on Game Pass. But even then, the PC version of Starfield is kind of muddy from what I've been seeing. It's obviously the situation of like, it doesn't work on my rig or it works on my rig. So, but the thing that I've been seeing is that apparently somebody modded DLSS for Starfield. So, so I forgot that Starfield has a what is it? They have a collaboration with AMD. So they only have FSR, which is AMD's version of DLSS. So there is no option for NVIDIA cards. So that's been the whole issue, is that people have been having a lot of frame rate problems because of the resolution and a bunch of other shit, besides it being kind of a mess. So somebody modded DLSS for Starfield, and people have said that it works, but it's kind of ridiculous that it's gotten to the point of like people still have to mod Bethesda games, and it's just like you would think they would learn their lessons, but no. And a lot of people are kind of pissed at Todd Howard, because there was a whole interview with I think him and Phil Spencer, where people asked the question like, oh, you know, what do you say to people that say that the game doesn't run well on their hardware currently? And Todd Howard's like, maybe get a new setup.
Get good.
Yeah, get good with buying PC parts, bitch. So yeah, people were a little pissed off at that because of the fact that, like, obviously Bethesda games have had an issue for years when it comes to the PC version and also the console versions of their games. Even though, like, that's the thing, these games are still beloved. They've always had issues, and they always will continue to have issues. And I guess even with this game coming out under Microsoft's publishing, you know, it's still gonna have issues. Yeah, that's a goofy thing. So that was one thing I wanted to mention. It was just like, what the fuck, Bethesda? Why can't you make games work, bro?
So, question.
Yes.
Would you rather... So, okay, let's say a game is supposed to come out, like, next month or whatever. Would you rather the game come out later but be like bug free, or just come out earlier and just be like fuck it, whatever?
I'd rather wait. Are you one of those people that would rather have it and then wait for patch?
No, I'm just wondering because fucking at this point, like at this day and age, every game that comes out is buggy as fuck.
Yeah, we live in the current era of like anything could be patched,
Yeah.
but depending whether or not the patch actually works. Oh, that was the other thing. Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is obviously the biggest example of that. Of like people have waited for a patch for like a year, and now it's actually becoming a actual game to the point where this current fucking update with the expansion is basically redoing the whole system of the game. It's not going to be the same game from launch. So that's the thing that's wild. It's just like, it's essentially a completely new game. And it kind of, I guess for me, it also kind of puts the salt in the wound, talking about more salts in the wounds, of like, I beat this game, I think this year, actually. Did I? This year or last year? I don't remember. But I beat the game, and I'm like, yeah, it was good, you know, after waiting a year for a patch. But then it's like, oh, by the way, we're redoing the entire system. So it's like, so what the fuck was the point of the game itself? Of just like, you could have just done like a sequel or something. But I probably will give Cyberpunk another chance. Probably on PC because obviously because of the rig that I have now, I can play it on PC at a somewhat of a better frame rate. But I'm hoping it's just like I don't run into that issue that I did on my PS5 where I was just like I hit that progression bug where I just didn't know what to do. And I am looking forward to the expansion because like look, as buggy and like dumb that whole situation was, the narrative for Cyberpunk was actually good. And that's what I like. I do like narrative driven games, and Cyberpunk had a really good fucking narrative. But yeah, it's just unfortunate at the fact that like that game just was like so fucking bad at the beginning, and then like I was a huge advocate of like telling people don't buy the game now. Don't. But people were still buying the game and like being like, oh, this game's shit, and it's just like this and that. And it's like, bro, you bought the game and you know beforehand. Like it's going.
I think I was quite literally one of those people. I think we talked about it, and I got it, and I was like, I hate it, and you were like, well,
it's like, yeah, what'd you expect?
And that's fair too. Like,
and yeah, that's why I waited until like, you know, CD Projekt Red was just like, yeah, we're gonna come out with a giant ass fucking update where it's gonna fix a bunch of the shit and also give you a PS5 upgrade, and I was like, okay, cool, now I get to play the game. And then even then, you know, like I said, my experience wasn't completely flawless. Like I did have a couple bugs here and there, but it wasn't to the extent of like what it was when it released, where fucking everything was crashing, like in game and on people's systems. But yeah, like even now, it's just like to have a huge update like that where it completely rewrites the mechanics and makes the game better. It's wild. It's wild to think about that. But I think the other thing that like didn't help CD Projekt Red's case is like I think one of the like somebody who's at the head of the office, it was just like, yeah, I don't understand why the game got so much hate and this and that. Like it's not understandable why people were disliking it and this, and like I think it's because reviewers ruined it and this like that. Like he was trying to like shove the blame off to something else, and as everybody was just like, no, we're not gonna forget like what you did. Like you basically shoved out a game that was incomplete because you wanted to rush things for investors. And even then, you know, when the game actually released, and because of the game being refunded and becoming such a huge phenomenon of a game that is a perfect example and a perfect encapsulation of current gaming now, that, you know, investors got pissed and started suing them. So, yeah, even now, like, a lot of people, I don't think has fully forgiven CD Projekt Red, but here's hoping that, like, the next Witcher game is completed and the Witcher 1 remake is also good. So who the fuck knows, man? It's just wild. It's wild. But yeah, I guess just to sum up your question, Wesley, I would rather wait for a game of it being good and complete and like relatively bug free. I would not have it rushed and brought out and the company being like, well, gotta wait for patches. Because that's also the thing. You're still gonna have to wait for it to be fixed.
Yeah, literally.
That's the thing that I find dumb when people like try to make that argument of being like, well, I'd rather just have it now and just wait until it gets fixed later. It's like, but you're gonna have to wait. What's the point? Yeah. Video games. Even now, bro, like, I would rather wait for a game because there's so many games out. Me and Haler were just talking about this. There's too many fucking games out. I think you were here too, Wesley. But yeah, there's too many fucking video games.
Sure.
I already have too many goatees, you know what I'm saying? This is how fucking crazy this year has been. It's just like, I forgot Dead Space Remake came out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's a good remake. It's a really good remake. And I know fucking Resident Evil 4 remake came out because I've been playing a shit ton of that. Bro, I have like fucking like 60 hours in my Steam library. Hold on. Let me look at this. Let me look at my fucking hours in Steam. But like I have like more than 200 saves for RE4 remake. Hold on. And I'm trying to get most of the achievements and shit like that. The one that I'm really proud of getting is the fucking what is it? The shooting gallery. Because you get a trophy for doing all the shooting galleries and getting an S rank for them. And I did it. And it's
I gotta go, but I'll catch y'all later.
Wow, hate. Alright, bye.
Alright, bye.
But yeah, Wesley. Yeah, I have 63.9 hours on Resident Evil 4 Remake. I put a lot of time into that. And it's a good game. It's genuinely really good. And then Hi-Fi Rush came out this year as well. And what the fuck else? Oh, and I played the System Shock remake. And that was really good. I really recommend System Shock.
Never played it.
I really recommend the remake. It's really fun. I enjoyed my time because of how immersed I was. And yeah, man, like there's just more shit coming out. I mentioned that like Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is like a game that I really want to get into, but Armored Core 6 is there, and I want to get into super high, fast mecha action with Dark Souls elements. It's just so much. And then Street Fighter 6 was like the biggest thing in fighting games where it's like it's fun. It's fucking fun. Anyways, anything you're looking forward to this year before you go?
Not really.
Okay, well, we're done with podcast. Goodbye, podcast. Nothing? Really?
No.
All right. Well, is there anything that you would say is currently your game of the year, technically? Doesn't have to be from this year. It could be something that you came out years ago.
I haven't really played much games.
Wesley. Go buy video games. Don't spend it on food. Buy it on video games.
I need the monies.
Yeah, I know, bruh. But yeah, I have to look at my list because I'm writing down all the games I've been like completing, and it's like I haven't gotten through like all the games of 2023. Like it's still nuts, and we have like 4 more months left. 4 more? What are we, 9th? No, 3 months. Three more months. Excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 more months, and it's just a lot of shit, bro. Just a lot. Spider-Man 2 is coming out this year.
Yep.
That's the thing that makes me fucking insane. Oh, and that's also, I've been playing a little bit of Miles Morales just to get myself back into the story, just to remember.
Oh yeah, I'm currently playing 1. Trying to like platinum it.
Oh, I literally did that like a couple months back. I played the remaster, and basically I just had to get the New Game Plus stuff, and that's what I did. I just got majority of the New Game Plus stuff, and yeah, I got all the trophies for it, and I was like, yeah, 1 is still pretty good. And obviously Miles Morales, I didn't play because I watched you play it. I watched you and you handed it off to me at times, but like we played it together essentially. But I didn't get to do any of like the side content and stuff like that, so I want to see what that stuff is. Yeah. I just want to catch up before Spider-Man 2 comes out. And a lot of the images that's been coming out for Spider-Man 2 looks pretty good thus far. I don't know if you've seen any of the promotional material.
Nah.
Venom.
I saw like the little
the little
whatchamacallit, little trailer thing that they had for it.
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, where I forgot what it was, to be honest.
I wanted to get the plates. The PlayStation face plates.
Oh.
Yeah. But they sold out. Same thing with the controller. Now people were selling it for like ridiculous prices. People were scalping.
Yeah, it's standard like usual.
Yeah. But still, Spider-Man 2 looking good. I forget what else is coming out in like November, December. Because mostly October stuff where it's like pretty packed. Yeah, October is pretty packed. Alright, enough of this. I'm gonna go stream some Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah, I will. Alright. Bye.
Bye.